Hello everyone and welcome to the 2022 ChesscomGlobal Chess Championship. Hello everyone. Oh, let me try this again. I'm sorry. The 2022 ChesscomGlobal Championship. Welcome everyone. I'm Women International Master Anna Kazan, and alongside me is Grandmaster Robert. Robert, how are you feeling about today's event?
I'm feeling good. You just introduced the show with such a good start that I'm even more excited than I was before.
That's very awesome to hear. I hope you guys are excited as well, because today's event is very special and a bit different from other events. Let's have a look at the format of this event. So we have the schedule. The qualifiers of the play-in phase are Monday and Friday between July 11 and August 5. And this event is open to all players that are verified and titled, as well as those that qualified from the Open Qualifiers.
That's right. So we know that our producer, Bick, who always does such a great job, he himself qualified. So he's eligible to play, as are many untitled players who worked their way through their fields to make it here to get into these 9-round Swisses with a 10-minute increment. 10-minute time control, no increment, 0 increment.
Absolutely. And those that win today's event, the winner of this event today will advance to the next phase, and the second and third place will play a 2-game match of the same time control, and the winner of that small match will advance to the next phase as well. So there's a lot at stake, as well as the prizes. So let's have a look at the prize fund, because the first place takes home $850, and there's also a prize for the highest non-titled player, $300. That's amazing, right, Robert?
Yes, it really is. So it gives everybody a chance to earn a payday, and that $850 in qualified, $600 in qualified, that add $5,000 to that, because if you make the top 64, 32 invited players, 32 players will qualify, you get minimum $5,000 on top of whatever you earn here.
Wow, that's an amazing prize fund. Now let's have a look at the timeline of this event, because the Global Chess Championship has been going on for quite some time already. We had the Open Qualifier phase that has already ended. It said July 31, but I believe that it's not supposed to be July 31.
I think July 11th would be the timeline.
But we have the play-in phase starting right now until August 5, and then we will continue with the knockout phase that starts on September 14th until October 9, ending with the finals happening in Toronto, Canada.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really exciting, because 8 players, when all is said and done, will make their way to Toronto for that event. So this field, right now it's open. We have 32 spots on the line. So it's first place, and then second and third place, they'll play a match. But when all is said and done, come November 5th, there can only be one champion for $200,000.
That's amazing. Now, the players are getting ready now, because the game starts in 1.5 minutes. So let's have a look at who is playing, Robert. We see that a lot of grandmasters are playing, but obviously we have a lot of non-titled players. I'm really looking forward to see those matchups between grandmasters and non-titled players, and see if there's going to be any surprises today.
Yeah, no, we're going to see some lopsided matchups for sure. We're going to see some upsets. Those are always fun when a grandmaster, not going to name any names, they get in there, they're looking at their opponent, they don't see a title next to the name, and then they lose, and they're like, what just happened? Where did that come from? Well, you got to look out for your blind side, just like in the NFL. And we had Blitz champs yesterday and over the weekend, which was so much fun. So everyone has to be kept on their toes.
Absolutely. So we are almost getting started. We will be looking at, well, there's also a lot of streamers playing today, which is really awesome to see. I saw earlier Alicia playing. We heard that Hannah Says also qualified, I believe, yesterday. So that is pretty crazy. And I believe she will be playing today as well. So a lot of players besides the title players, grandmasters, and so on. So I'm expecting a lot of excitement. And what would you say, Robert, that, well, this different is a bit different from other events, because we know the Rapid Chess Championship has a 10+0 format, but we typically don't see those kind of mashups between title players, non-title players. In this time, Coach, what would you say is would make the difference? Do you think there's going to be a lot of flagging today?
Oh, yeah. There's going to be moral degradation, as one former world chess champion said when he participated in the Rapid Chess Championship. And I do want to just make one clarifying note that the qualifiers for non-title players, they are in fact open until July 31st. That was not a mistake. It's my mistake for assuming it was, but
it was my mistake.
No, it's my mistake. Where
it's mine.
this is how good we are. You know, it's your it's my, no, it's me. It's not you. Don't worry. But no, it is open until the end of July. So if you're an untitled player who is verified, you can participate, try to qualify. And well, look at this game on my. I mean, we're just talking about something else. We're in 7 moves in, and not only did Min, that is now Grandmaster Min Lei, take the pawn in c4, but once he kicked the knight back to b1, won a second pawn here in e4, and Black's already so much better.
Yeah, exactly. The pawns on b4 and c4 are quite dangerous. You would say they're a bit weakened as well, but after the move knight e4, there's a lot of pressure on White's position already, despite Black not even having developed so many pieces. So he's definitely handling this opening very well, and he could continue now taking on g5 and then capturing the pawn on d4.
That's right. And third extra pawn for the time being. And, normally White tries to get compensation very quickly with development, but it's not like White is particularly developed either. Black has the bishop pair. So kind of everything going right for Min. He starts at e6, a very calm move, hoping that his opponent doesn't see the knight on g5 is hanging. But if this knight moves back to f3, it's not like White's problems are solved, because at the best, White is down just 1 pawn. At worst, it's going to be 2, and Black just gets to develop. And without an attack, Anamaya,
that's not a move you want to make. And now the knight drops as well. And yeah, Min is already crushing it.
Yeah, so I think we can go away from this game now that Min has successfully won a hefty load of material. Why don't we, and the game actually is over, so Min might even have our first point of today. I was going to take us over to David Navarra's game. It's always fun to see David as a top player, but actually, I'm taking it back, if that's okay. I know I just said it. We're going to go to Chelsea Monica's game, and Chelsea is a streamer. She also does the work for chess.com Indonesia, and she's playing against a grandmaster in the first game. That's Maxime Chagayev over here. So with the white pieces, Anamaya, it says the EVA bar, slightly better for Black, but how much better for Black is this? And would you mind having the white pieces in such a position?
It's obvious that Black has the upper hand in the center, much stronger pawn structure over there. But I can see White having some chances on the king side with rook g3 coming to mind right now, and there could be an attack starting over there. But obviously, there's not a lot of pieces to support this attack, and it's not very difficult for Black to defend. But I feel like White has still a lot of counterplay against this pawn center of Black. So I guess it's very obvious to say that Black is better, but I can see White still having some chances. So it's too early to call a win here.
And I think what you said held true, because this knight went back to g6. A lot of people would have wanted to bring that knight forward to c4, but because of the threats against the king, the potential, not really for a checkmating attack, you don't have the firepower, but there are all sorts of ways where you can just create enough threats to maybe even try to make a draw. That's why Chagayev started bringing his knight to block, and now bringing the queen back over here. So, and Maya, you mentioned the pawn structure. I mean, it's clearly better for Black because White's pawns can be attacked, whereas Black has this really solid base. But how do we go from there, right? If White just defends all the pawns, maybe plays b3 here, how does Black turn it from a better looking structure into a position where we can actually create legitimate threats?
Yeah, it's a bit hard to say, but I think starting with d4 actually would be great, because you can follow it up with c5, e5, and after the move e5, you can even control the square f4 with your knight, and I think your knight will be very well placed there. And you'll be controlling so many squares, you'll have a lot of space advantage too, so yeah, I think that could be a possibility for Black to continue.
I like it. It lets me draw these blue arrows where it's just, taking control of this board. And there's always the downside. When you play d4, you give up a square like c4. But I like your major point there that at first, white needs to take care of the pawn. And let's say that b3 move is played. It's okay to give up the square because what we're getting in return is this f4 jump and a lot of space. So I'm into that plan for black. And well, Chelsea needs to make a move because remember, there is no increment in this time control. And Anamaya, is that a pawn that can be captured?
That is true, and honestly, I would also like consider making a move like Queen G4 in my own games because it's so tempting to just like continue attacking, and I believe Chelsea's trying to aim for either F4 F5 or H4 H5. To kick the knight out of there and put some more pressure on the pawn on g7 because she realizes that after queen takes b2, the knight is defended on c3 by the rook on g3. So she's not worried about that problem, and the queen is not able to defend g7 just yet. So she's seeing some chances like this, but it might be very costly because it's very easy for black to defend.
Yeah, I mean, this now because the pawn went to f5, which usually is a move that causes people to be worried. They don't like pushing pawns in front of their king, especially when they feel like they're getting attacked. It is something good to note that there are times where you can push pawns in front of your king because you look what it opens, and it opens the 7th rank, which means you can defend your king with a rook in this manner. So now h5 is a pretty serious threat because if the knight were to move, there would be checkmate in 1 over on g7. So a move like rook f7 is tempting. You could probably even swing a rook to e8, so you could put your knight on e5, but that looks a bit worrisome. So I can understand why Chigaev is thinking here, but he is the one in the driver's seat with an advantage.
Absolutely. And what I really like about Chelsea's move here, Queen d4, is that she's setting up tactics. Like she set up this threat of h5, but also she's setting up ideas like knight takes d5 that could be possible in the future where she could win the pawn and then give another check with the knight. So to like, force the trade of the queens, like accept the trade. So yeah, there's like a lot of opportunities for white still.
I'm going to show your variation in a moment. Let's say h5 is played, and then black plays knight e7. Do we not have knight takes d5? Because as you pointed out, the queens stare at each other, and the queen takes, and then you throw in the intermezzo knight e7, and you just stole a pawn, and now white has the upper hand with the more active rooks.
Exactly, and that's why this move is so tricky. Like you have to play very carefully, very precisely in order to avoid this because the threats are there in the position, and how do you deal with that? It's not so easy.
Right. So rook f7, if h5 knight to f8, that way knight takes d5 is not threatening anything afterwards. So you just trade queens and then you lose this knight on d5, which is why the rook came to e1. But it feels like it's all smoke and mirrors. There's no real attack for white. You can't only attack with these two pieces. And actually this rook being kicked back first, this knight can go to h7, maybe into g5 later. So it does feel like everything is now under control and white's pawns are about to be scooped up.
Yeah, white's position is falling apart. I mean, the knight in c3 is only defended by the queen, so the queen is also like pretty much attached to this knight now. You cannot capture the pawn on f4 because of this reason. And yeah, you don't really have nice squares for this knight on c3 either. So it's pretty straightforward now for black.
Yeah, so it looks like Chigaev has this one under control. I'm not too worried about his cleanup task. So why don't we keep on going just because it's the first round. There's so many people who are playing that we want to catch. Let's go to Benjamin Bach. He did very well in the Rapid Chess Championship this weekend. I know he's your compatriot, so always
Absolutely.
good. And whoa, I see a new feature. It says down under his game, like on chess.com over here, that GM Benjamin Bach is streaming and you can click watch. I've never seen that before.
Oh, we love that. Yeah, it's a new feature, and I actually haven't seen it myself yet, but I was aware that this feature was going to come out, so it's awesome.
Wow, that's actually super convenient. So I'm kind of happy about that. I almost clicked because I was like, well, I want to see Benjamin stream. And I was like, wait a second, if I click, that means it's going to go on the broadcast. And that means that our producer is not going to be happy with me. So instead, I'm just going to click on the pieces on this board. It's so interesting, Anamaya, that this position says minus 3.4. But if we count material, it is completely even by material. So the last few moves, this king brought itself to the center of the board. And maybe it's because this king can be attacked.
Yeah, that's really interesting to see. I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, the material is equal. So clearly, Black must be having a really good shot here. So a move that comes to mind is a move like e5 to like start an attack on a pawn d4, but it simply doesn't work because there's a lot of defense on the d file by white. So I have a feeling that you have to start looking for weaknesses. And since Black has the upper hand with this rook on the c file, being able to now enter on the first rank, you have to start looking for weaknesses. So you have to start looking like attacking the pawn on g2 or the pawn on a3, or, well, the pawn d4 was already under attack, but is defended 3 times, so you can't make much progress there. So you have to move knight e1. It doesn't feel right, but it's a very understandable move because you're defending the pawn g2 and also blocking the rook from going to the king's side.
Yeah, this knight is a defensive piece, and that's the problem with White's position. And as you're saying, Black needs to look for weaknesses. This target on a3, so queen c6 followed by rook c3 is what you want, but there's rook c2 potentially. And maybe Benjamin is saying that, you know what? After rook c2, I can trade a pair of rooks because in the end of it, either the d4 pawn or, as you were mentioning, Anamaya, the g2 pawn will be in trouble. So if we just go back a second and analyze, I want to show exactly why this was such a problem for White, that if you play rook c2, rook takes, knight takes c2, immediately drops the pawn on g2, and queen takes c2, allows me the queen to d5 or queen to d7. We'll figure it out. But the point is that d4 will be under attack twice, and at most, you can protect it once. So Black would end up winning a pawn.
Absolutely. So that's the drawback of having an isolated pawn, and especially when there is like very few pieces on the board. And now we see after queen e8 that the knight on e1 is dropping. What a move.
Yeah, backwards moves, retreating moves are usually the most difficult to find. And that's the problem with having a king on e2. You may think there aren't that many pieces remaining. It's not that big of a deal, but there is enough firepower. And now White is losing a piece and then going to get checkmated after that.
And it seems like Benjamin is going to take the full point in this in the first round. Let's see if we can have a look at a different game. There's still quite a lot of games going on, so it's really exciting.
Yeah, we're spoiled for choice. Seriously, like, so many games happening here, so many players.
I'm sorry, Robert. Can we have a look at Ekjad's game? I know Ekjad is. If you go a little bit up.
Okay. Tell me.
Right there.
There. Okay.
Yeah, I know Ekjad is one of the people from my community. I know him very well, and I'm very happy to see him play. He's playing against FIDE Master Reader 777. Let's see how he's doing in this game.
Okay, so if we do a material count, a scan on the board, White is up 1 pawn. It's weird because White's missing an H pawn, and that feels like someone just stole it off the board, even though that shouldn't be allowed. But the H pawn's gone, but Black is down a pawn here. And with the queen trade being offered, Anamaya looks like a good opportunity for White to make use of the extra material.
Right, yeah. Would you say that simplifying the position would benefit White here? Like, would you just jump on the opportunity to trade queens here? Or would you feel like, okay, we have quite a lot of play going on here, let's refrain from trading queens?
Yeah, I would have been very tempted to have swapped those queens there, but it seems like Reader, who plays in Title Tuesdays, has some great success as a young player and is likely going to see a higher title next to his name in the near future. He says, you know what, why trade queens? The queen on c7 is a target, so I can maybe exploit that fact. The king on g1 is very safe, so you usually want to trade queens if your king is under danger, but White's king is very safe now, and the bishop pair looks good. So I think ultimately it was the right decision, saying if we're going to trade, we're going to do it on my terms, but it's an extra pawn. So I'm sorry for your community member, for AK Jet here. It's looking like it's going to be a tough one here in round 1.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, the times are pretty low. So as long as Ekjad is surviving, he still has a chance because there is no increment. And that could still mean a lot. But obviously, Reader is a very strong player. So I'm curious to see if, like, for how long Ekjad can still survive because, yeah, it's not very clear just yet. Obviously, he's down, I believe, just a pawn. The evaluation is +5, but it's obviously because of the fact that White's position is amazing and there's, yeah, a lot of opportunities for White.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So there is a
Oh.
saving move after bishop g4. That looks like, for FIDE master Samadov, it looks like it's just over. You're putting the queen and rook in trouble, but this queen can go to c4, offering a queen trade and thus saving the rook along the line. So that's why queen b7 was played instead. And that's what is it? That's a sign of a strong player, Anamaya, right? Somebody who sees that there's a tactic, it looks really good, but maybe there's better because the tactic doesn't actually win me material. Let's just infiltrate. Now I'm attacking the a7 pawn. The knight on b6 can be captured because that removes the guard of this rook on c8. So everything was set up perfectly, unfortunately, for your community members. So ActJet, I'm sorry. I don't mean to, focus on a game where you're in trouble, but
Well, it was still a very fun game, and I'm really looking forward to see how he will perform in the remaining rounds because there's still a lot of rounds to go, and this is only the first round. So yeah, let's have a look at a different game now. I think now is like the very exciting moment because the players are very long on the clock. So those that are still playing will more or less have around 2 minutes on the clock. So that will definitely give a lot of exciting moments for us.
I just clicked on a game and ended as soon as I clicked on it. So that's always a good sign. Let's just click on random games. Rasmus Svane, the grandmaster is worse here. Oh my gosh. So we talked about there could be upsets. And part of the tricky thing with
that drops a pawn.
No.
There's no discovery attack or anything like that.
Okay, we need to go back just to relive that moment where our untitled friend was up against Rasmus Svane. So this pawn on d6, that's not even an extra pawn, but it's a very nice pass pawn. Bring your rook into c7. Go after some weaknesses. Keep it going. Maybe your knight comes to g4, but knight d5, we get the point. But Anamaya, just a one-move blunder, and you can't afford those against grandmasters.
Absolutely. The first thing is that when you play against grandmasters, you have to throw the punch many times to get an advantage and then like throw more punches to get the win.
Yeah.
But if you make a mistake like this, it's more or less over already. But obviously the players are a little bit low on the clock, but obviously, the grandmaster here has a lot of time on the clock. 2 minutes should be enough to make the best out of the position.
And this grandmaster, believes in what others might call moral degradation. Rasmus Svane is an amazing bullet player, not just a great classical and rapid player, and blitz player. So, he's got way too much time. He's up a minute on the clock, and this game is already winning for Black objectively. Black's up a pawn and make that 2 in a second, and once you make it 2, you might make it 3. But it's also just going to be a win on the clock, even if you weren't going to win on the board.
Yeah, so that was a really nice try by Christoph. Very well played, but as soon as we tuned in, I think we cursed him a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's our fault. It's not your fault. It's our fault.
Blame us. Your loss is ours. But Rook D8, I was just going to say that Rook D8 was looking like a nice way for a pin, but it would have allowed a discovery, right? When a piece is in the way of 2 other pieces, look out what happens when it moves out the way. So like Knight C7 would have hit this bishop over here when it was on A3. Now the bishop comes to C1. And watch out for this king. King has no moves, which means you are going to face a discovered check no matter what you do. But what's the best?
Bishop D3 is a really good defense because now you cannot attack any piece that's like hanging
right
or for free. So
and the king gets to run away now and then go back to E3. But I think that Rasmus is now winning this bishop if he wants it. But I thought he was just trying to flag his opponent. That's really what's going on. Ooh.
Oh, there was a free rook.
Oh, and look at that. Look at it. H. Christoph says, I don't want to lose this game on the clock. I shall just resign. What gamesmanship.
Wow. That was a very interesting ending. Let's have a look at other games because we're so low, like so much has time. So much time has passed.
I see a grandmaster about to get flagged. That's what I see here.
Oh my.
Yep. And in fact, I'm guessing Grandmaster Golubev said, I'm going to lose on time at some point. So let me not even make a move so I don't blunder anything. It just looks like this should be a 3-on-2 technical draw, but the clock is a weapon.
Wow. Wow, that's a very big upset.
And this is just an upset over the board right now. This is a national master taking down an IM. Up how many pawns with black? Like 3, and now of a piece.
Wow. And yeah, this looks absolutely crushing.
I think we're going to have to keep an eye on this Rob Ram. We'll ask to find out who this player is, but a win with the black pieces over an IM, great start.
Yeah, and he's also up on the clock by a little bit, but I mean, those seconds matter a lot, and he's in a very comfortable spot. So
he's moving slowly, though. It's one of those situations. Don't have a repeat of the Krumna game. Okay, no. Okay,
Rook G8.
move just fast enough.
Yeah, he had a good. He had a few seconds, which was enough. So good for good game by Rob Ram.
Yeah, it's Robert Ramirez. I think that makes a lot of sense why Rob Ram is the username. It's just the first 3 letters of the first and last name. We get it. Robert Ramirez. Good first name and great first game.
Well, and that results that finishes the first round already. We're soon going to jump to second round. We had already very exciting games in the first round. So let's see who will be playing against each other in the second round as we're setting things up.
Yeah, I think the second round is just about to begin here, and we can look through. I don't think we're going to see any surprises in the first round. Like the rating difference was so huge. We did just see a national master take down an IM. That that happens, and that's the thing about chess. In any single one game, an upset like that can happen, because if you are a national master that's 2,200 in US rating terms, you can play like a 2,600 one game and then like an 1,800 the next, and you might split the difference and be 2,200 yourself. So there will be upsets today, Anamaya. That's for sure.
For sure. Let's have a look. The second round has started, and we still see a big rating differences. So we might still see upsets in this round as well. So let's have a look. We have International Master Coxal against Grandmaster Vidit Gujarati. Let's see what this opening is like.
And I was talking to Vidit, so I knew that he was planning on playing. And I think, Anamaya, that these ratings can be misleading for the non-GMs, because the Grandmasters, they play in the Rapid Chess Championship, so they've stabilized their rapid rating over time. Whereas an IM, we don't know just looking at the 2,300 if that's on 5 games or if it's on 50 games. And so this could be a very tough matchup for Vidit. You don't want to focus on the rating, I guess, is my ultimate point.
True, rapid ratings can be really misleading. And actually, speaking from my own experience, I believe my rapid rating is like a few hundred rating points lower than my blitz and bullet rating. So that's a big difference. I barely play rapid, so I think that explains it a lot.
So when you play in one of these events, because you're a title player, you can play, everyone should be on the lookout. That's what I'm saying right here. Be on the lookout for when Anamaya goes in there. It's like, oh, look at my wee little rating here, and then starts beating IMs and stuff. So, okay, I got you, Anamaya. But what I am not quite positive about is this position, because White has this advanced structure with his pawn on h4, knight on g5, and that could be very useful in an attack, right? If we can get at the black king. But I don't see how to bring more pieces to the attack. And Vidit, instead of doing what a lot of people do, play h6, he says, let me develop my pieces, because Anamaya, any move like h6 weakens the g6 square.
Yeah, so he's taking it easy, and I really like to see that, because h6 is like the normal reaction to such an attack, but most of the times you don't even move that knight. Okay, he does move the knight, but I feel like you had the opportunity to not even like move the knight, because capturing would allow White to open up the H file. I'm
going to show that, and it's a really good and instructive point that many positions you can leave your knight hanging. So if you make, I'm just gonna make some move like e3 just for the sake of it, then a position like this, that here there's knight g4 type of move, which is very important, because if you move your knight back, in comes this queen to h5, and you're just going to get quickly checkmated on the open line. So this is how you lose games very quickly, is when a queen joins a rook. This is going to be a problem, especially with the pawn trying to take away the f7 square. So good eye by you. It was maybe a speculative sacrifice in this particular game, but you always have to keep these ideas. That's what Anamaya is trying to inform us of. So instead, the knight went back because the sacrifice wouldn't have panned out. Queen d2, queen f7, and Anamaya, I mean, this is a position where I think the players, they don't know what the eval is. They're like, White is controlling the center with the c4 and d4 pawns, but black is further developed and has pieces of more natural squares because his knight on h3, I mean, it desperately wants to get to f4, but that means your bishop has to go to e3, which is a really weird square.
Yeah, and it's difficult to see for black how to continue now after having developed the pieces pretty much. This bishop on c8 doesn't have many squares available because if you play bishop e6, you obviously face d5. So you have to play bishop d7 pretty much if you want to develop the bishop. But it's really difficult to see where the play is. Perhaps you could consider moving the pawn to d5 at a good point of time. Because especially now after b3, you might want to consider putting your bishop on b4.
It's a really good point. Wow, I wasn't even thinking about that because the bishop was just hanging out. But at some moment, that could be very scary. And Vidit first goes for that bishop on f4. The bishop drops back. And now there's no d5 because the knight is needed to cover that square. But Anamaya, we look at the clock. White is playing very quickly. Still almost 9 minutes. Vidit down 2 minutes on the clock. Are you starting to maybe smell an upset in the works?
I think it's too early to call it, but it is definitely concerning. This time difference, I mean, it's still a rapid time control. So like 10 minutes, you can still do a lot of things in 6 minutes. You can change things a lot. But it's definitely slightly concerning that the difference is already 2 minutes on the clock. So Vidit really needs to like consider speeding up on the short term.
I mean, I just like White's position as well. Right? Like now, all of a sudden, the knights, they're coordinating. The second knight will come to f4. And Amaya, maybe your knight g5 move. Can we go back there? I
mean, can go back. Yeah, I would go back.
Okay, we'll show it on the analysis board real quick because knight g5, it looks so fun. And the point of knight g5 is after pawn takes, let's open up this h file. This knight is very awkwardly placed. And, I'm not sure it works, but if this bishop retreats and we make a move like g4 and you take, and then I take here, now my bishop's threatening this knight. There's a g6, rook takes h5. This is a very legitimate attack.
Yeah, and it goes to show how difficult black's position is. Like, this is how you exploit black's position. I mean, like, it's a very like unusual position. Like the pawn structure is a bit odd, and a move like g4 is so typical in these type of structures to like eliminate the pawn structure in the center. So if you are able to play the move g4, that would be really ideal for white.
And knight trade on. Oh, that was really okay. Expecting knight takes f4 because you're trying to play d5 and knight e6 or h5 and knight g6. Your knight is so strong on the f4 square, and this bishop on b7 in particular is really bad once you play d5. But I guess white learning the principles, let's get the bishop pair. That's what my coach taught me. Yes. But I think that this bishop on f4 is not very impressive at all on the dark squares. So I think that now is the time for black to strike a5, maybe a4 after that. Let's open up this rook on a8. But instead, Vidit, I like that actually as well. Knight coming to e6.
White could follow up with the move d5, but it's clear that white is lacking the knights in this position. Like the position is far from open, and that's why the pair of bishops are not doing so well here. So like you see those dark, like the weak squares, the weak light squares, g6, e6, h5. You want to have a knight there, and since you don't have one, it's going to be very difficult to make use of those squares. You cannot even place a bishop there ever. So yeah, that makes life a bit difficult for white. But yeah, d5 is the move that comes to mind here because obviously you want to stop the move 96.
Yeah, and that's a great illustration by Anamai here of why knight takes f6. It's not a blunder, right? We're not saying, wow, how could you ever play knight takes f6? But in a closed position, knights are superior to bishops. The bishop on g2, you might wish that was a knight, so it could go to f4. The bishop on f4, it's staring into a brick wall. Look at these pawns on c7, d6, and white is doing completely fine. We see the evaluation bar. We look here. There's no targets just yet, but I feel like as this game continues, Anamaya, that's where we'll start sensing that the super grandmaster Vidit Gujrathi, he's just got to start taking control of this game.
Absolutely. So, I mean, there's okay, white's position is not the greatest, but I wouldn't say like it's like losing or anything like that because black still needs to prove that like, something's going on in its position. You can't move the pawn to f4 because the e4 pawn will be hanging. But yeah, white needs to be very careful still because in that line, if you play f4, bishop takes e4 and then f takes g3, you have to play queen takes g3. But now the
Right.
king has castled, so the f2 pawn is fine.
I'm just going to show you that great point. The queen would have to come over and take g3 because the f2 pawn and the open file, but unfortunately, it would be good enough for white, so the pawn sacrifice not there. And that's why Vidit played c6. He's getting rid of this pawn, opening his bishop, and very important move, queen c2, because if you made something like b4, then black plays f4, and this was Enemi's goal the whole time. Let's get that pawn going, maybe even f3 next, maybe e3. Let's just break open the position against this white king. So that's why queen dropping to c2 was such a smart choice by international master Egi Koksal, because the pawn on e4 needs to be under pressure so that black can't just get away with f4.
Yeah, this game could be very interesting as we are now, as the players are down to 5 and 6 minutes on the clock. So yeah, so far the players have been playing really well, and I'm curious to see if international master Ege Koksal is able to make an upset here, because it's not so clear for Vidit how to deal with this position. I mean, obviously you want to play f4. Do you play like a move like queen g6 now to support f4? Yeah, it's not so clear.
And what is clear, though, is black's clock is a bit of an issue. It's 2-minute advantage. Once again, Vidit was playing quickly. He was playing well. He evened up the clock. There is no increment here. And Vidit is a great bullet player. We all know that. He's a super GM. He barely didn't, how did I say this? He almost was an automatic invitee to this field. So there were 32 invited players to the 64-player bracket. The top 20 by FIDE rating, Vidit was just outside the top 20. The other 12 included the junior speeches champion, Arjun Erigaisi. It included luminaries like Vishy Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, Topalov, like all these people who are legends of the game, like Mickey Adams and Boris Gelfand. So he barely missed an automatic invitation in that regard, and he's trying to qualify, but he's spending. What is he doing? Right? I've been talking for way too long, and he's been spending his time while I'm doing that.
Maybe he's listening to your story. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's quite interesting.
What's he doing? Like, he got to move. He's down 3 minutes right now, and there's no increment.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I wouldn't know. I mean, one would say internet problems, but he definitely needs to speed up now.
And I mean, I looked over there. It says he's got full connection. So I'm starting to get worried that maybe he took a poorly timed bathroom break. Maybe he's really struggling to figure out what to do. But at this point, he just plays a5. But he's 2 minutes and 48 seconds left.
Oh, it seems like he is not sure what to do here, because the move f4 is not possible in this position, and like a move like rook d4 comes to mind as well, but you will simply be able to play e3 with white, so it doesn't really help much for black. This is starting to get really difficult for black.
It's one of these moments, Enemiah, where I'm like, do you just offer that GM draw? Like, you just give it a draw offer. It's a psychological ploy where either they take the draw, in which case, like, phew, I'm down 3 minutes. The position's pretty level. That's good. Or they decline the draw, and then you're like, okay, maybe they'll get overconfident in the position. So Vidit quickly bringing his king in. He has 2 minutes, 45 seconds, but he's also locked the position up. The queen takes care of this diagonal. No pawns can push, even though white has an extra pawn. If the queens got traded, white could maybe even be winning, but queen d3.
No, I was gonna say king f1 is such a move to bait queen d3, and he plays king e2, which helps black to take back on d3 with check, and then the bishop on g2 will fall.
Oh, that's a beautiful tactic. You don't see things like this very often. You give up a pawn to open a diagonal, and it's immediately winning because white has to take the queen on d3. After pawn takes d3, it's check to the king, it's check to the bishop, and if you defend your bishop, then you can save the piece, but then black goes in queen. So he resigns in the spot. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow. That was such a good game by international master Ege Koksal. That was so well played, only to mess up the game in the final move here, king e2. It's such a logical move, but all of a sudden, queen d3 was on the board.
I think also that you're like kind of lured into the sense of comfort. Oh, my position's good. I'm going to bring my king to the center. And we're taught to do that, right? And it's an end game. Let's bring our king as a weapon. Let's use that piece. And if white had one more turn to make a move like queen d2 and just trade queens, just to show what that looks like, this is how black gets into trouble, where after a queen trade, white is essentially up a pawn because black has double pawns here in the center. So he was doing everything right, but it turned out that it was also everything wrong because of that game-ending tactic.
Wow, that was a great game by both players. Great win by Vidit.
Indeed. And oh my goodness, I just clicked on a random game with not a random player. Former prodigy is Grandmaster David Navarra, nearly 2,700 still, formerly well above 2,700, one of the best players in the world. And the eval bar tells us something, Anamaya, but the position, I mean, this is wild.
This is absolutely insane. And you would say that white has a huge advantage here, but now queen c2 comes in. And where is your check? Because if you move the knight, you obviously lose the queen. And if you trade queens, white is down material and the attack dies down pretty much.
And this knight in the corner, right? That knight looked unusable. It looked like it just happened to take a rook and isn't playing a part in the game. It's playing the most important role of all. It allowed queen c2 because if we go back a turn, any other move will get you in trouble. There is a checkmating threat against this king. Knight e7 is checkmate in one move. That's game over. So you need to distract this queen and move like queen c4. That's not good because here comes the queen to this side of the board. And watch out. You play move like rook g8, bam, queen g7 check.
Wow.
And after takes, you have to go king g6 because king h8 allows knight e7 mate, but king g6 allows the same exact checkmate, knight to e7. What a beautiful configuration. All of white's pieces playing a part.
That's insane. You never see such a checkmate pattern. It's absolutely crazy.
And then queen c2, what a move though, because queen now to g3 would allow queen e4 check ideas, things like that, and this rook in the corner is hanging, so the queen trade happens, and then now it's just an extra material for black. That doesn't mean it's easy to win though, Anamaya, because we see it's a rook for a bishop. That's the dynamic, and it's not like black has a clear pass pawn or anything like that. So I think that you should start marching your pawn off the board. That would make your life pretty good. But if you're not quick, that might give white enough time to try and attack some of these weak pawns.
Right, it's not so clear to make progress here. I mean, obviously, you push the one pass pawn you have in position, the pawn on the A file, but it's really easy for a white to stop that pawn. You have to try to figure out how to create another like pass pawn to get an advantage here, because it's very difficult to make progress here.
And you can already see the evaluation still in black's favor, but it's starting to sink a little bit. I'm looking at the clock though. So Didici, he is ahead on the board, but he's also ahead on the clock, and that's really important. But if he's not careful, this king could be in a little bit of trouble.
The upside for black here is that you can capture the pawn on h6, and then there's no way you can well, actually, it's maybe too soon to say that. You know, there might be some problems still, but with precise play, black should be completely fine. But it's clear that it's not easy to make progress here.
Oh my gosh, but isn't this just a draw now? Okay.
Oh no, check, rook g5?
Okay, so if you check on h1, the king runs away. Rook g5, the king goes back to h6. Okay, he wants the draw, but now the king's going this way.
The king skips to f5. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, that was really close. But it said, let's analyze, because it said it was even for one move there, which means that white, David Navarro, without time, missed the only way to survive. And maybe it was bringing the king over this way, because if you try the same thing with f4, I keep bringing the king over, and then I might checkmate your king on the h file.
Yeah, the rooks are completely useless on the other side of the board.
What a crazy position. And that's why we don't call it until it's over, because the eval bar says something, but it's not easy when your king is cut off from the rest of the pieces.
Yeah, what a crazy position. And it goes to show, like, the rooks on the other side of the board, they're not very well placed. And this bishop is disturbing them so much, especially the rook on d7, which makes it really difficult for black to make progress or to even defend his own king.
Right. And so what Black decides to do is go for this pawn, because if I can get this pawn and get my rook in the wild, I'm going to be able to promote my passed pawn, which has a rook behind it. So I think Black is doing all that he needs to at the moment. I think time has really helped. And people often ask this, Anamai, right? Like, how do I know when to speed up? How do I know when I should use my clock? I think that's very clear that even though Black did not play perfectly in this game and allowed a potential draw, based on what the eval bar was telling us, it's just the extra time is the reason that he's winning the game just as much as his good play over the board.
It's all about like having those small practical chances, and this is one of those. I mean, you have to play fast, but make sure that you're you're not blundering something on the spot. Like, okay, the move that he allowed, this draw that was suggested by the eval bar. Obviously, that's like sort of a blunder, but it's not the easiest move to see for your opponent. If your opponent is so low on the clock, you're more bound to like win this game just because of that. So yeah, time is such an important factor, and that goes often very like it's being underestimated a lot.
Yeah, and so David Navarro loses this game to Lorenzo Lidici. So the Grandmaster versus Grandmaster battle. It's fun to see that as early as round 2 here. Let's keep on going. There's still games happening here. Why don't we I'm just going to pick a game. I don't know. We have a FIDE Master. Susal de Silva and this king. Wow, look at that last move. Rook d3, and you can't take with the knight because queen g2 is mate.
Oh my god, and it's just crushing because if the queen leaves, you obviously checkmate on you capture on h3. So wow,
Flag
what a
him.
tactic.
Flag him. Just go. Find a way to survive for like 4 more moves. No, seriously, right? You have to flag him.
Queen takes d3 is what I would do.
Yes. It's a
actually
great
queen takes f.
Queen takes
f2.
It's not
a checkmate. It's not a checkmate.
And 10 seconds. King h1.
There's no checkmate on g2.
Flag
you have
him.
to take the queen.
Have no shame. You should make a draw. You should try to make some kind of draw here. What took that pawn?
He's trying to get rid of the knight. And the knight leaves, and you can like force the draw, but he's not leaving.
Yeah, knight f2. There's queen e5. Watch out.
Oh,
1 second.
G1? Wait, it was a checkmate, right? Queen G1. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. We'll go back to this. Yeah, because you have no choice. There's knight h5.
Going for the check. Oh,
king e3. Oh, mate, it's mate.
What?
Oh my god.
No way. If there's anything I would have expected, this was not on the list at all.
And Black, I see in the game chat, goes Sag. Oh, oh gosh. Yeah, let's go back to that moment there, because as you pointed out, that right here, walking into checkmate in 1, like you need time. 2 seconds, you're essentially pre-moving. And so queen e2 is played actually not even that quickly, 0.7 of the 2 seconds.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're
So queen g1 was check and mate, and it is Sag for Hashi Restorio here.
Wow, that was such a wonderful game by Hashire. That tactic, it's so sad when you play such a tactic and it's just not being rewarded with a full point. It's almost like one would say moral degradation.
What a move, rook d3. I mean, seriously, an excellent move. The queen, the knight, all these pieces overloaded. Black's pieces working together perfectly with checkmates left and right. So a sad missed opportunity, you could say, but a great game. So you can keep your head held high. And, well, we have great games. Round 3 is underway. Let's check out maybe this game here. Bortnick Strong taking on a Grandmaster. So round 3, it's already heating up. GM on GM action.
Well, let's see. So we see Cecil on the board, and Bortnick is taking his time here. Okay, we see now, I believe it's called the Alapin, if I'm not mistaken.
The Alapin. Oh, knight takes e4. What a blunder. Let me show that real quick. Knight takes e4 is a big mistake, because queen a4 is check and check to the knight. So that's why h3, a very casual move, can be played. You should know this tactic if you're a Sicilian player or if you're an Alapin player from the white side. So watch out for these kind of things.
Yeah, it's very tricky, and h3 is such a interesting move, right? Like it stops bishop g4, and it also it's such a sneaky move, and you often don't see this move happen so quickly in the game. Like we're talking here like move 4, you don't see it on move 4 happening ever, but it can be a really useful move.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The position is closed. We don't have a typical Sicilian where we're throwing haymakers from the beginning, sacrifices left and right. We instead have a central control for white here, and a bishop on g4 would be very useful to break down white's center, which is very strong. So no bishop g4 for you. And so for Grandmaster Xu Yi from China, he needs to figure out what else to do, because if you take on d4, you allow this knight to venture out to c3. And Alexander Bortnik, I have to say this, he is a wizard in the white side of the Alapin. Knight takes e4, free pawn, right? No. Let's show this real quick, that this pawn e4 in these Alapins, it's never quite free, because queen e1, Anamaya, hitting both knights, and black would lose a piece.
So resourceful, man. I should consider playing this opening. If I cannot lose a pawn on e4 ever, surely this opening must be right.
Yeah, it's a really fun one. So bishop b3 played by Bortnik. He knows these positions. He's up a minute on the clock. He's also one of the best bullet players on the planet. That's bad news for Grandmaster Xu Yi, who when you bring a knight to b4, Anamaya, and it doesn't get to capture anything, you're like, why was it that I brought my knight out here? It's going to get kicked. This knight's going to come to c3. White has clearly won the opening battle.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was obvious, right? Like, you want to attack the bishop on c2 and then to be able to put pressure on the pawn on e4. But Bortnik is like, yeah, that's not happening. You're not taking that pawn because I'm going to win a piece if you do that. So, yeah, indeed, this knight on b4 is not doing much now anymore. And it simply has to retreat very soon.
And I think it's really good for everyone in the audience to see this. Even very strong grandmasters like Xu Yi, they don't know everything about every opening. So when you get a little confused or when you find yourself in a new position, you need to sit and think. And that grandmasters themselves sometimes try an idea like knight to b4. When it doesn't work out, it looks very silly. So right now for Bortnik, just develop, right? Just keep these pieces going. We want to trade because we would like to see our pawn get towards the center. Let's get a bigger pawn chain down this line here to e5. So knight c3, simple development, keep pressure on the clock, keep pressure on the board. I really like how this game has started for Bortnik.
Yeah, me too. One thing that concerns me for black as well is this bishop on c8, right? Because you would say that trading it for a knight.
I don't mean to interrupt, excuse me, but you're a French player, so why does that bishop bother you?
I mean, it's even worse than a French bishop. I can tell you that. In the French, it has much more potential. Nice try, Robert.
I'm just gonna hover this pawn e6. And then we can look at what it would look like if this were a French. So, sorry, you were saying...
this is a much worse version, Robert. With the pawn on g6, it's not going to end well.
Okay, so where do you think this bishop's going to go?
Well, ideally, I would want to trade it for a knight, but since h3 has been played, I'm not able to trade it for a knight, so that will make my life very difficult. But ideally, I would want to play b6 and bishop a6 and try to get the bishop out like that. And yeah, potentially play bishop c4 if it's supported by rook on c8. And yeah, I think black would have a fantastic position after that.
Okay, so if we give black like 4 free moves, black will have a fantastic position. I agree. Sound logic there by Anamaya. And one of the big questions, I guess, is white threatening to take on e4? Because the pawn takes, and this knight might come to g5, hitting f7, and then hitting this pawn on e4. So if that's a huge threat, then maybe black should take, but you don't really want to do this. And Bortnik had a pre-move because now white has this pawn chain here. The bishop on g7 is staring into a brick wall. As Anamaya was just talking about, the bishop on c8 doesn't have anything to do. But I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Having a pawn on c3 could be a weakness if we can move the bishop out and put a rook on c8.
Yeah, I mean, if you can put the rook on c8, you can put the queen out on a5, and it will not be very easy for white to defend it. You can also consider maneuvering the knight to c4 through a5. So I feel like there's a lot of opportunities in this position for black, despite the fact that Engine is very happy with white's position. I mean, it makes sense. White has more activity and the development is much better, but there's definitely still some player for black.
Yeah, it's not a +1 position where someone just up a pawn and you understand I am better. Here, I think Bortnik feels like he should have a better position. The knight went to b4, back to c6. This is Bortnik's bread and butter, this opening. But it's a very solid position for black. There's no target to exploit. So I think that if white is not accurate, black can neutralize this edge and then maybe even play for more because it's a double-edged position thanks to the pawn structure being asymmetrical.
Yeah, would you even consider playing a move like c4 here? I mean, like to get rid of this weakness that you have in the position.
At some point, I would definitely think about it, but then maybe I create a new weakness for myself on d4. So I need to figure that out. And this bishop, you said it wants to trade for the knight. I could see the bishop coming into e4 at some moment and pestering this knight on f3. It's not easy. So it goes rook e1. I would immediately play knight a5. I don't need to think for more than 5 seconds. Knight a5 feels right.
Yeah, it looks really good. Not just, I mean, would you rather put your knight on c4 or would you take immediately on b3 if you have the opportunity?
I'm going to leave your bishop there because I'm not afraid of bishop c2 precisely because of this pawn on g6. You're staring really at a nice pawn chain, so you don't have a threat. But it looks like Shu Yi says, I'm going to play bishop f5, then knight to a5. That way I can trade bishops, and then for sure, I'm trying to get the c4 square. So, yeah, that's actually a pretty good decision.
Yeah, this looks really nice for black. I mean, the engine is still very unhappy with the position, but it's more clear now where black is heading towards too. I mean, rook c8 is a logical move that could be played. Typically in these type of structures, a move like f6 could be an idea, but I'm a little bit concerned about the pawn on d5. I'm not entirely sure if you want to play f6 just yet, but it could definitely be an idea to get rid of the pawn on e5.
Yeah. And Bortnik plays g4. And the reason this is good is the bishop cannot go to e4 because then white just plays knight g5 and you may win a pawn or you might win the bishop outright if you can push the pawn to f3. But the reason I don't like g4 is even if this bishop goes back to c8, am I really happy to be pushing pawns in front of my king? I don't feel so happy.
Yeah, you have to play with like king g2, otherwise a move like h5 could be already really annoying because the pawn on h3 will be left hanging. So yeah, he goes for bishop c8. Wow.
This is when people are like, wait, didn't white just get a free turn? You're inducing a weakness. So g4 is essentially a free move because if we just go back 2 moves here for a second, we'll analyze this, right? The bishop was here. And so what you did is allow white to play g4 and then get the turn again because the claim is that this pawn on g4 doesn't want to be there. It would rather, in this position, be back on g2. So now black can play knight a5. At some point, as Anamai was saying, you can try to strike over here on the king side. But after knight a5, if the bishop moves, let's just maybe put on the board that black can even consider this f6 break, right? Like, I don't see why not. Let's open up this side of the board against white's king.
Yeah, this looks really nice for black, actually. And yeah, this like white has a really nice development, but what is the continuation of this? And I think that's what Bortnik is heading for. Like he wants to start an attack on the king side because of this. Like he knows he has it like advantage in the development, and that's when you like need to start like doing something. Like for example, attack on the king side. So I can definitely understand his decision here, and it may be a very practical one too.
Yeah, but how do you get that attack going? That's the question. You need to get this pawn to h5, but we can't do that just yet with the pawn on g4 being loose over here. So
king to g3.
Why not? Let's bring our king up to g3 and then push our pawns. Yeah, it's not an easy position. And I think that the eval bar being +1 for white, like I look at this position and if I were playing the game, I'm trying to be as objective as possible. I would say white's king side looks a bit scary to my eyes. The c3 pawn is a permanent weakness, but Bortnik plays knight to d2. Maybe that allows queen f3, and it also allows h4, h5. So Bortnik just has such a good feel, Anamai. That's the thing about him, is he's a little bit ahead of the clock. We know he's an exceptional bullet player, but he's recognizing that c3 isn't that big of a weakness. He's doubling his rooks. He might play h4, h5. He just gets these positions.
Yeah, and it looks just so natural to me, like that he has such a nice advantage here. He's basically controlling the entire position. I mean, black could consider playing the move knight c4, obviously, but how will black benefit from this? Because yeah, it's not so clear where black's plan is, and for white's plan is really clear. There you go.
I knew exactly where you're going with that. You said White's plan's clear. I'm like, let me draw the arrow. That's my responsibility. You've been saying this for a long time about playing on the king side. And it's, oh, I put it in red. I can put it.
That's a fancy color.
I can put in any color. You know, I have my options. Let's put in green. Let's go. Green is for go. And I think that this is going to be a problem for Black to deal with.
But okay, I mean, the rooks are being traded off. I mean, if White wants to continue the attack, perhaps Bortnik should consider moving the rook back to at least keep one pair of the rooks on the board. But it's not so clear. I mean, yeah, if the rooks are being traded off the board, then it will be much more difficult for White to start an attack because, yeah, you need pieces for your attack. And if the pieces are being traded off, it'll be much more difficult.
And here come the trades. So Xu Yi with the black pieces doing a great job. Also a little bit ahead in the clock right now. And I'm wondering, is H4, H5? I think you have to go for it. I'm not sure if you should trade rooks first or not, but I don't really want to give this queen the E file. So I could see him just playing H4 first rather than trading rooks.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting sort of like end game type of position. I mean, the queens are still on the board, but with the rooks off the board, it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, bishop d3, just taking the c. See, it's little moves that just prevent Black's plans, and that's the issue that Xu Yi is going to have. Is his moves are harder to make, and h4 is here. Next comes h5. How scary is h5? The engine says, not a big deal. It's only slightly better for White. But from a human's eye, and you see h4, you see h5 coming, you're like, this bishop on d3 is about to become a monster.
Terrifying, because after h5, if you play the move g5, then the f5 square will be accessible to that bishop, and you don't want to have a bishop on that square, I can tell you that.
No, and this knight might even work its way to f5 if you ever push this pawn. So h5, a very big threat, and that's why Xu Yi's thinking right now. He's a very strong player. He needs to work this out, and what ideally he would do is get a move like bishop to b5 and trade off the piece. But I'm pretty sure if bishop b5 is played, the bishop will just walk back so that h5 comes with the full force.
Oh, and he captures back with the pawn, which is really interesting. So it seems like he wants to push the pawn to either c4 or e4 at a later stage, so he can have like a nice pawn structure in the center. But it's really difficult to see if he will be able to do that in the short term. I mean, like, there's a lot of weaknesses in White's position right now. The pawn g4 is under attack. So yeah, the move e4 will have to wait for quite some time now.
And we just saw a trade on g6. Bishop can take on g6, but then queen takes g4. It restores material equality and trades queens. That would be very good news for Black. So queen takes g4. If this weren't check, you could play queen takes d5 in response. So maybe a move like king h2 just to get out of the check so you can take on d5, because I feel like that central pawn is key to Black's position. If you trade g4 for d5, Black's in trouble, because then we have all sorts of pawns pushing forward for White.
Yeah, and even though Black has the pawns on the king side, they will not be able to push very far. So the pawns in the center are much more crucial. So Black needs to be careful.
King f2, and we can just put it quickly after queen takes g4, which looks like a very obvious move, just to show you how bad it can get for Black. Queen d5 is check. You say, I'm just going to block this check. Here comes another check. Your king runs away to h7, and in comes this knight. That pawn was doing such an important job of keeping White's pieces at bay. Now knight takes f6 is a threat. All of White's pieces working together perfectly, and Black would be in big trouble. So king f7 was the response after king f2. You are not giving away this d5 pawn.
Oh, g5. Very interesting, because what happens after the move f5? It weakens the square e5, which is why he goes queen h1. Wow, he wants to move the knight to f3 and then to e5. Wow, it's a very beautiful move.
That is, I'm just fascinated by the way Bortnik is playing. This is unbelievable. I mean, that's such a beautiful move. Bring the queen up, bring the knight to f3. It's a clearance idea. And if we look whose pieces are good, this bishop on f4 can never be kicked. There's no more g5 ideas. So knight f3, maybe Black has to play knight c6 at some point. Okay, he's actually wrapping his bishop around to f3. And that's just how good his position is right now. He has choices.
Right. Wow, what a beautiful position Bortnik has created for himself. And it's just very difficult for Xu Yi to do anything in this position. Like, he is on the defensive side here, and he just needs to wait and see what Bortnik does. But yeah, this is going to be very difficult for him to defend.
D4 might already be a threat because if you take, then D5 hitting multiple pieces over here. So you have to be very, very careful if you're black. And look at the clock. We know that Bortnik is one of the best bullet players in the world. I think that even King G3. You were joking about this in this game
king
earlier.
got to G3. I told you.
You were absolutely correct, Anamaya. You said it, and it happened. But the king is safe here, right? Like you have all these pieces surrounding the king. So now it's all about tiny incremental progress. Black has a hard time even moving here. Like this queen, you're not going over there. You drop D5 with check. So black has no threats, and it's not like white can improve very easily, but you just start making small little moves, and hopefully you get your opponent in time trouble.
I do like what black is doing here with the move queen b5. He's trying to prepare the move knight c4, also stopping the move c4 whatsoever. So I really like what he's doing here, because now all of a sudden, like, how do you continue here with the white pieces? Because you have the attack on the pawn d5, but what's next?
Good point. And queen c3, is it really a threat? I still don't think so, because the d5 pawn is that valuable. But black is just asking the questions, and now black a little bit ahead of the clock. We're gonna get a time scramble here, Anamai. This is gonna be fun.
This is going to be insane, indeed. He plays bishop g2, probably trying to prepare to move knight to f3 to jump to e5, but now knight c4 comes in, and suddenly it's not so clear anymore.
No, and this knight might come into e4 if you're not looking out for it. So it's not just white gets to do whatever he wants. I mean, black can also push pawns over here. This knight, as mentioned, can be e4. So knight f3. No knight e5 with the knight and bishop here.
And also attacking the pawn on e3, which is why Bortnik goes for king f2.
And actually, it looks like Xu Yi is quite a strong bullet player. You can just tell by how quickly he's making these small moves here.
Yeah, he is ahead on the clock right now, and those seconds are going to matter so much. I mean, obviously, Bortnik is going to speed up like crazy in the final seconds, but for the time being, I mean, black is up on the clock.
He goes knight e5. I think he wants to take with the pawn here. Because if he takes with the queen, after the queen trade, this king runs to e6. But d4. D4.
Attacking the pawn a2.
Oh, gosh. And he finds it. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
And this is what happens when you only play for a win. It was clear Bortnik was playing for a result rather than necessarily just looking at the moves. And d4. What an idea by Xu Yi here.
The reason that this is completely winning is because if you trade all the pieces off the board, the a pawn will be the one that will determine the result of this game.
Yes, and very importantly, after you move like king g3, you can trade queens here, and then you can just take on c3, because while the bishop can stop one pawn, it can't stop three. Here comes a4, a3, and one of these pawns is going to promote.
Wow.
It's exactly what's happening. It's exactly what's happening.
Wow, you predicted that.
In a3, and you resign, because your bishop is going to be able to take one of the pawns, but not both.
Okay, but don't play. Okay, a2 doesn't even matter. You don't even care if you lose the pawn with the check. You just play c2 after that. Wow.
Yeah, I think I need to put some respect on Xu Yi's name, because that was amazing defense. It was amazing time management. And then in the end, it was amazing tactical vision, noticing the changes in the position. D4 is a strike that Bortnik will not forget anytime soon. The a2 pawn was lost, and so was the game.
That was an incredible game. Both players played so well. Bortnik was in the driver's seat for so long, but Xu Yi had some really great defense and made it really interesting.
He did indeed. Okay, well, Serrano wins this game on the clock. No shame there. Going to quickly go around. Oh, Vidit has two queens and an extra 35 seconds. So Vidit goes to 3 out of 3. He's trying to make his way through to the global championship main bracket. We have Chagayev with the black pieces. And wait, it was a fork that didn't matter. And white wins on time. So we see an upset here. But okay, Abun plays in all the title twos. Is Anamai? He's like 2850 at Blitz.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, that is insane. And yeah, very unfortunate for the play with the black pieces, but oh my goodness. Oh, it's a draw.
It's a draw. It's a win. It's a win over the board. And just to show everybody that once you get the kings like this, it's winning no matter whose move it is. So in this position, it doesn't matter, because once you move your king, you end up getting your pawn push. It's not stalemate. The king runs, the white king goes forward, and you get a queen. But unfortunately, you need time to win a game. You can't win if you're down to zeros.
And it's so upsetting if you like all this time, like you have 10 minutes on the clock and the game will just be decided in the final seconds. But that is the format. Without increment, it allows for such things to happen. And you have to keep in mind that there's no increment. So you have to adjust to that.
That's right. And I just want to give a quick shout out to Cronus77, who is untitled, but has 2.5 out of 3. So that is currently our highest untitled score, which is a great score. You know, if I were playing, I'd want 2.5 out of 3. So that's a really, really good score there. And we're going to keep an eye out on not just these GMs who are vying for first place, but also our untitled players. Maybe we'll actually check out Cronus's game. That sounds like a good idea.
Oh, and he's playing Bortnik. Wow.
Well, I just clicked on the player, didn't click on the game. So he gets the white pieces against Bortnik here, and that's a tough matchup.
Wow, what a matchup. And I'm curious to see how Cronus will do in this game, especially after having such a great start. So let's see what this opening is like.
And Cronus is Roman Bogatenko, rated just under 2,000 FIDE, but has not played any rated games in a long time. 30 years old. Ooh. It looks like. So it could be very misleading. Somebody who might have studied chess, been playing a lot in recent months, but has not actually played any over the board chess. So could very well be title player strength. We'll see.
Yeah, like especially after those years of not playing, players could have improved so much without having played tournaments. So yeah, good point.
So bishop b4, we see the issue is that the knight is pinned and this pawn e4 could drop. I think that in this position, you can play a move like bishop d2 so that when you take back, the e5 pawn is also threatened. But I don't think you can afford to be down a minute like this while being heavily outrated and playing Bortnik, who's angry.
I mean, I think me myself, when I play against people like Bortnik, it's already just intimidating to play against them. Like you want to play very precisely because one small inaccuracy and it's like almost over for you. So I can fully understand what it's like to play someone like Bortnik. I mean, those players are so strong and they punish you for the smallest mistakes.
You know, I would say as a grandmaster, we try to, but I also will say, Anamai, that when you put aside your commentary cap and you bless everybody with your great coverage, but when you start playing in these, I feel like there's an upset waiting to happen. I feel like you're going to take somebody very, very strong down. I have a lot of faith in you.
Thank you. I'm very curious to see. I have no idea. I'm not a rapid player, so I'm more of a blitz player, so we'll have to see how that will turn out. I guess the no increment will help in a way.
That's what I was gonna say. You know, you just got to play Kramnik. That's all you got to do. Well, this position, it looks really ugly on the surface for white because these double isolated pawns. White has the pair of bishops. The bishop on d3 is really just a large pawn. Defending the e4 square, but white might be well served to start pushing a4, and that allows the bishop to go to a3. And what I like to say is when you've double pawns, that means you've opened files. So a4, move this bishop out, bring this rook over to the queen side, rook f1 to b1, and then just start pressuring black on the queen side over here.
Yeah, I really like the idea. I guess for like black, the idea is to put a knight on f4, and he does it. Knight goes to h5, preparing to move knight f4. Very typical idea. You could even support it with the move knight e6, but then your pawn on e5 will drop. So you'll have to either prepare that or consider it at a later stage. But now after bishop e3, I mean, the idea is clear. Obviously, you're developing the bishop to a really nice square. But it's so interesting to see. He goes for knight e6 anyways. Wow.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where your intuition was great, and then you started thinking and you convinced yourself that you were wrong. So I know exactly what happened there. You knew that knight e6 was a good move. Then you're like, oh, wait, but the pawn, I kind of like forgot about it. But that's because your intuition is right. Let's show this because it's really important. Because what Anna just did there, I think happens to a lot of people, is where you think, oh, wait, I actually forgot my queen needed to protect it. And then you have knight e to f4 where you attack the queen, and then that opens up your queen to this knight. So knight e6, great move by Bordick and really by you. He kind of heard you saying it, Anamaya. But the point is that you wanted a knight to f4 very badly, and Bordick wants the same. So here comes now the H. Oh, here's the E knight. Maybe he wants to sacrifice in the future.
Yeah, that looks very, very interesting. I mean, Queen f1 could be considered, but okay, I think after this trade, it will be a bit more difficult to sacrifice because having an additional knight in that position benefited Black a lot. So I think he will refrain from taking on h3 for now, but he can definitely try to improve his position to try and get the rooks involved in the game. Rook d8, rook d6 to g6, but it could be a little bit slow.
Yeah, and I think if you're playing this on the white side, you need to play bishop f1. Okay, king h2. At some point, you probably need to play bishop f1 and maybe kick this knight out with g3. And the double pawns, I think are a little too harsh, generally speaking, about double pawns. I was just saying, when you have double pawns, you've opened files, bring a rook over here. That's what white needs to do. The attack isn't scary. You'll put your bishop back on f1 at the right moment. So rook a to b1, I understand why white chose that. We typically like our rooks towards the center, but the center is closed. So if we just go back, I'm going to show us the analysis board here, that rook e to b1 looks better to my eyes because of b6. When I play a4 and I play a5, both of my rooks are in position to see open files.
Yeah. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. But yeah, Cronus played rook a to b1, and it makes it a bit more difficult to push the a pawn. But it makes a lot of sense. You feel like, I mean, there's an attack going on the king side. You want to have the rook, one of the rooks at least, on the king side. So it makes sense that he chose for the rook on a1 instead to go to b1. And now after rook d8, where is this rook heading to? I guess it's just controlling the d file for the time being. But after g3, the knight had to retreat. And yeah, this becomes a very balanced position all of a sudden.
The only thing not balanced is the clock, and Bortnick up 2 minutes. And I think he's just planning to use that as a weapon. He's just saying, I'm the stronger player. So if we get into a time scramble, I should be happy about that. And he's playing very good moves. So I think it's going to run out of opportunities if you're Cronus. You need to push this pawn. You need to create some kind of dent in Bortnick's position, and now it's already feeling like it's too late. If you play a4, this queen at some point can even slide into a3 over here. And with this pawn structure, you're just going to be in big trouble if you don't act fast.
Absolutely. And like, if there's one player that is super practical with the moves on the board combined with the clock, it's Bortnick. He plays moves so fast and he's like so accurate. And even if he doesn't like make the top move in the position, he just plays his moves so quickly and gives his opponent a difficult time to respond quickly because it's just really difficult to do that. There's a lot of things need to keep an eye on, and that's what makes Bortnick so strong. He's super practical, and I mean, obviously he's a very strong player as well.
Yeah, and right now he's doing the right thing. He's spending a little bit of time because with the rook coming to a1, now a4, a5 looks more obvious to the eyes of the players. So they're going to look at that. How does that impact the position? After a5, this pawn can in fact go to b5. So it's very important that the queen on e7 keeps an eye on the a7 pawn. So the knight on g6, Anamaya, it's dominated by a pawn 3 squares away. You'd probably want to reroute this knight. Can't do that so easily with the e5 pawn needing some tending to. So maybe it's time for this queen to come to c7. That way it keeps everything in black's position safe and sound. Then we'll work on rerouting our knight. And that's the thing about a closed position. You need to maneuver. You need to find better squares. What's a better square? Maybe c5. Maybe this knight goes f8, d7, c5 in the future. So I think that for Bortnick, he's spending a minute just trying to figure out the future of this position.
Right, and we see in the chat that f5 is a move that is being considered. F5 is a very logical move typically, but in this position, it allows white to put more pressure on the pawn e5. It will become very weak, and that's not really what you want. And for the time being, you have a lot of other ideas that could be more beneficial. So despite the fact that f5 is very logical, it's perhaps not the greatest idea just yet because you want to keep the pawn e5 very strong.
Yeah, and when you think about playing with like f5, opening the position, I think you want to consider who does the closed position favor? And the closed position favors black because of the superior pawn structure over here on the queen side. So f5 is something you always want to think about, but not something you always want to play. And for black right now, you can play knight e7. You can then play c5, bring your knight to c6. That's always an option. And a5 in many positions, like let's say I play c5 here. I'm going to show this real quick, that if you just try to force a5 through, I can take it. Right? There's nothing in the rules of chess that say I can't take a pawn because it doubles my pawns. Now black's up a pawn, and you're not winning this back anytime soon because you somehow need to get your pieces to attack it. So I think that for Bortnik, if he plays c5 here, he's actually preventing a5 from really being an option.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, I mean, this bishop on e6 is also very well placed, but what are you actually able to do with this bishop? I mean, you're controlling the square c4, but ideally would want to put a knight there. That would be way more damaging. But how do you get your knight there? It feels very, very much impossible unless you take like 10 moves.
Knight d7 is a start, but okay, b5 for sure. I think you should play here. And the big problem is that after a move like b5, you really want to follow it up with c4. But as you mentioned, that square is under black's control. So I would definitely play b5. I don't want to allow white to get rid of the weaknesses on the queen side. And Bortnik suddenly no longer ahead in the clock. It's an even matchup on the clock. And I think that Cronus is just handling this well. Let's take on b6, where we trade off a weakness, and then that leaves us with double pawns, but they're easier to protect than double pawns and an isolated pawn.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Interesting that Bortnik allowed this, because we all know that pawn islands, the more pawn islands you have in a position, the less good that is. And by trading the pawns over here on the A file, white has now less pawn islands. And of course, the weaknesses are still there. The pawns on the C file are very weak. The pawn E4 could become a target. But this makes white's position definitely much easier without the pawn on the A file, because there's less to worry about.
Yes. So, well, Cronus making moves at knight h4, just trying to figure out any sort of plan. It seems like he's maybe a little bit lost in terms of ideas here. And here comes knight b5, knight a4. So I think Bortnik, well, not yet, because the knight would be hanging, but that's one of the ideas in the position. I think Bortnik is in good shape. Why don't we head towards the top of the leaderboard? Maybe we can check out how Serrana is doing on board 1 against Abund, and the national master, whose title belies his strength, and this is a very, very strong player. He's better with the black pieces because he's up a pawn.
He's up a pawn. There are double pawns in his position. But white doesn't have like a much better pawn structure. Like the pawn on g3 is weak. The pawn on h5 could become a target. The pawn a2 is also like not the greatest pawn. So, and yeah, I mean, obviously, it all comes down to like the piece activity. And I feel like with this knight on d5, black has like a better position. But now that I'm saying this, I see the knight on c5, and suddenly I'm not so sure, because how do you make progress?
Yeah, they might repeat moves here, actually, because a knight b7, I think, forces the draw. It'd be the third and final time. And it's a very good decision from white. And in a couple moves here, I felt like black up a pawn can try something. The issue was it's not easy. Even if the rooks get traded, it's not easy to bring the king over to help the pawn, because you have these weaknesses, as you were highlighting. So maybe the position was very close to level to begin with. And now Serrana, who's up 4 minutes. Wait a second. He might just say, no, I might make a bad move objectively, but I'm going to flag you.
Right. He is up 4 minutes on the clock. That's an insane difference.
I'm flagging my opponent out of my, like, no shame right now. You need to qualify, get that top spot. You flag your opponent here with white.
Absolutely. I mean, it's what the format allows. And, yeah, you have to go for that, and you have to try what you can try, right? And I mean, it's obvious that black wants to go for this repetition for this reason. But yeah, I mean, white really needs to survive for 1 minute and 47 seconds.
It's not going to be easy. Even if you make a move like king e2 and the rooks get traded. Okay, he made a draw. So he says, Robert, you don't know what you're talking about. But I mean, he could have played on here and tried to flag his opponent. That's respect, and also understanding that he'll get into trouble if he plays on, because he is down a pawn. So maybe that was just a smart choice overall. And Vidit is going to be in trouble here against Aram Hakobian, the Armenian grandmaster who goes to school in the United States with the American flag here, is playing against Vidit. And the last move was G4, keeping the king out from this pawn. And this pawn in D3, it's not going anywhere. So G4, just a good example of how not to rush in the endgame.
Wow, and it's so crazy to see this. I mean, you would say that Black's pawn structure is much better. I mean, White's pawns are scattered over the board, like the pawn a5, pawn g5. Like, you would say those are weaknesses, but funnily enough, it's White that is doing much better here. And I think, I mean, for the simple reason that White will be ahead of pawn once the d3 pawn is captured. So it's so important. Like, those tiny little details are what matter in pawn games. Like, pawn games are one of the craziest end games. I mean, you would say that they're easy, but you have to calculate so much here. So yeah, looks like White will take the full point here.
Yeah, they're easy because it's oftentimes not tactical in nature, and you don't have to worry about 8 different threats at the same time. But so difficult because you or your opponent can calculate all the way to the end. And here, well, the end is near because you take this, and because White can create a passed pawn, that's why this is such an easy victory for Aram Hakobian. Just push this pawn.
Yeah, so you get a passed pawn very soon, and there's not much that Black can do. A funny trick would be a takes b6 and then to be able to push a5, but unfortunately the b pawn will then pass. So
right, you need an outside pawn here, but that's not even going to help. And okay, this is f6. You protect the passed pawn. You're going to create a second pass pawn on the other side of the board. So Vidit resigns. Still plenty of rounds left. Remember, a reminder to everybody that first place gets through to the bracket of 64. Second and third place here in the Swiss, they play a match against one another. So 2 spots are up for grabs. So even if you don't end up as the sole victor of this tournament, you still have a chance to finish and win a match. So Vidit in plenty good shape. It's very early in the tournament.
Yeah, we see a question asked by Benjamin Bog in the chat. Are there breaks? We have a break after round 4 and round 7. So after this round, we will have a break so the players can have some rest. So, yeah.
Look at this last move. No breaks for the opponents of Shu Yi. He beats Bortnik. He beats Moulton, who does great content, by the way. Go and check out Moulton Lee's YouTube channel, and lots of great content there. But that final move of rook to d8, there wasn't even a rook there. It wasn't a rook trade. And White somehow was up a whole rook, but rook d8 saying that once we trade pieces back here, I'm removing the guard of queen c8, check and mate. That is game over. So a nice victory for Shu Yi, who, not acting. I know it says actor Shu here, but just playing the part of a very, very, very strong grandmaster.
Wow, very impressive finish by Zhu Yi. And once again, very great finish. I mean, we saw the game earlier against Bortnik, also had a really great finish for him. So, yeah, let's see how he will do in the remaining rounds.
Definitely a name we'll keep an eye on. Here we see 2 international masters are squaring off. They both have 3 out of 3. So they're vying for first place. Just because someone does not have the grandmaster title doesn't mean that they're not a serious threat. And resignation just happened because it's checked to the king, it's checked to the bishop, and Nesty Javi Chess here, 4 out of 4, Cuban international master. Maybe that title will come soon, but maybe the first title will be the entrance into the global championship main bracket.
4 out of 4 is a really impressive result, and I believe there's not a lot of people left with 4 points now. So let's see if there's still some games going on as this is the final round before our first break.
Okay, we have a rook endgame, and it's one of these where I think we know that the GM wants to win on the clock. It's a completely even endgame. Rook and 2, rook and 2. I think Rasmus. Oh, okay. Nope. We need to show that moment though. That was actually really important because the rook trade was offered, and if Black takes over here on f4, it still happens to be even, right? But if you make a mistake, okay, they made a draw while I was trying to show this, but at that moment here, if you make a mistake and go king f7, you may think, all right, I'll just move my king somewhere. You could get in trouble in these positions. It just so happens that White doesn't have time to just bring the king around because you can't get into the position. But these type of end games, there's ones where we're just talking about. They seem so simple, but a mistake can be made, and then you can give your opponent the upper hand. So keeping the rooks on the board just made sure that your life was easy. You just move your rook along the 5th rank as he did, and he made a draw.
Well, yeah, I'm only a little bit surprised about the repetition. I mean, I was really expecting to have this game last for much longer. But the times were so close, and I think the players were just like, yeah, we're just gonna call it a draw. Anything can happen, and it's too risky to continue.
Yeah, and if Rasmus, a round to go, didn't try to flag his opponent in 4 minutes, I think that when you're about even on the clock with such an easy position, there's no point of trying. And whoa.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
both players are down on to 20 seconds.
Black is going rook e1, but maybe White can try to flag.
Wait, what? He did not expect king takes f1.
Oh my gosh, I don't think that the player with the black piece is a particularly good bullet player. That's what we're seeing here. Take that pawn, queen g4 check, good move.
Okay. But
and
3 seconds though.
White's too slow. Hopeless now. Nicholas de la Colina here loses in the clock and is losing on the board, but almost a save because Black, right, around here, did not expect king takes and gives away a rook. That's how you spoil winning advantages.
Wow. Yeah, that was a very close call. But mine was lower on the clock and could not speed up when it was needed. So Black takes this win.
Black takes the win, and it looks like that was our final game of the 4th round. So, Anamaya, we saw some exciting chess so far. We have just 4 players with a perfect 4 out of 4 score. But if you look at the people chasing those perfect scores, we see Min, we see Jose Martinez, we see grandmasters abound here trying to vie their way for that first place. So, what a tournament we have.
Yeah, how exciting were the games so far. I'm really looking forward to see how the games develop in the remaining rounds as we are heading to round 5 very shortly. But first, we will go to a short break. The players will get some rest, some really deserved rest after 4 rounds of 10+0. We will be back with this after the short break. This is the 2022 Chesscom Global Chess Championship. and welcome back to the 2022 Global Chesscom Global Chess Championship, hosted by Chess.com. Here we have, we started with 4 rounds, and we're moving on to round 5 very shortly. And very exciting game so far, Robert, right?
It's been awesome. I mean, this event is just getting started. The qualifiers for players who are not titled are still going to the end of the month. So if you're watching this saying, I would love to have a chance to play a Grandmaster, get involved. If you're verified, do play in the qualifiers. But right now, the games are going. We're in round 5 over here. Oop, I clicked on our old buddy Cronus. No, we're going to click on the top games here. I'm just going to start pulling them up, and that way we can choose. And I see that Min Lei, wonderful time, is playing against Grandmaster Benjamin Gladura. So half a point behind the leaders. Maybe we could stick here on my own. We always root on newly minted Grandmaster Min Lei, got his 3rd and final norm.
Yeah, very impressive. Obviously, it was bound to happen as his strength in the past few years online have been insanely good. So yeah, I'm really proud of our buddy Min. So let's see how he will do in this game, as he has 3.5 points out of 4 currently.
And by the way, his opponent's rapid rating, we were talking about this before, 2490. I'm pretty sure that Benjamin Gladura is like 2650 FIDE. So that's a little bit of an underrated number next to his name. But either way, we have the triangle pawn structure for Min, a very, very solid setup. And white can take on g6 now and give black double pawns. White has the bishop pair. But how impressive or not is this bishop on f1? That's always the problem when you're facing a triangle pawn structure.
Right, and that's why I think black is not worried about this trade now, especially after bishop d3. White will be facing this pawn on g6, and it's very well defended. It will be very difficult for white to really make use of this light squared bishop, as black has a great development so far, and yeah, not really problems in the position.
One problem, though, is if you castle kingside thinking your king is safe, the pawn on g6 sticks out like a sore thumb. So h4, h5 becomes easier to play because it's a hook in the position. We'll, of course, throw in the move g4 as well. So with the king already castled queenside, black should consider taking and making a move like b5. That's committal. It creates weaknesses in your position. So these decisions are not easy to make for either side.
Right, yeah, and yeah, long castle is very interesting. I mean, obviously the idea is to avoid this open rook on the h file, but is it much safer on the queen side? It's not so clear, because black's king is just fine on e8, it's not going anywhere, and black is completely fine attacking on the queen side with the pawns now marching to b5, and probably followed up by a5 and b4.
Yeah, you put a5, b4. You would love to open up more lines here, but c5 not possible with his pawn on b5 and jack. So Min plays a6. It's very clear he wants c5, but it's also clear that Benjamin, playing e4, wants to meet c5 with d5 and keep the queen side a little bit more closed.
Right, yeah, and white has a really nice play in the center, and that is very typical in the Slav defense, is that white has play in the center and black tries to punch the center with the move c5 or create some attack on one of the sides of the board. So let's see if he will follow up with c5. He goes for rook c8 first, preparing the move c5, but it allows white to play a move like e5, and yeah, we'll have to see if black will still be able to play c5. He probably will, but yeah, black really needs to speed up with this move, that for sure.
Yeah, and I think king b1 is a useful move for everybody to know that when you castle queenside, your king is close to the center, right? Your king on c1 is closer to the center than the king on g1. So hiding away, playing king b1 is generally a useful move. And rook c8 doesn't exactly hide Min's intentions. He wants c5, but white will almost certainly push d5 as a response and keep that side of the board closed. So king b1, step 1, and if c5, d5, the game will continue. And it's a really interesting one for sure.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this game will develop.
Yes, I'm going to take us over to another important game for the standing, just because I see how interesting it's looking. We'll come back to Min. Don't you worry, everybody. But I just saw pawn go up to f5 by Aram Hakobian playing against Alexei Serrano.
Right, so in this position, it's clear, I mean, white is aiming for an attack on the king side. However, this bishop on d4 is a very strong piece. It's both like, I mean, very well placed. It's very could be very annoying for white. At the same time, it's a very good defender because with this like bishop on this diagonal, it covers so many squares. But white could consider playing move like f6 to block this bishop out of the king position. So if white manages to play f6 and then follow it up with like a queen move to h6, then black will have some problems. But yeah, for the time being, black is able to defend this.
Yeah, f6 is a huge threat, and taking on f5 opens up the d5 square for the knight. So you solve one problem potentially and have another one to deal with. So this is a really difficult position. I love your idea, and I'm playing f6, trying to go for a checkmate. And there's also a rook lift in the position, which is going for the h7 pawn, which is hard to defend. I think that black's in huge trouble here. You might need to make a move like f6 yourself just to open up this queen towards the king side over here and try to defend that way. But that looks highly unpleasant as well. You can take on e6 and then put your knight on d5. Yikes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so crazy to think, about that, because you would say that black is just fine, but white's attack is so powerful, and he goes for the move f6, and there goes a square d5 now for the knight. And yeah, suddenly it's very difficult for black to deal with this. I mean, black is still holding on, it's still surviving, but obviously white is in the driver's seat here in a very comfortable position. So with precise play, white should have a very good game.
Yeah, white can play all over the place. You can try to double rooks in the f file. You can even play rook a to b1 and try to play b4. That seems like you're playing on the wrong side of the board, but then you're just going after this b7 pawn. So this position is really unpleasant for Serrano. So it's a great start for Jacobian with 4 out of 4 score, but now with a great position and up a min and a half. So I'm going to go back to the game. We can go back to the game with Min. It's playing for the top of the standings here. I saw a knight on g3, so I have to come back here. And if we go back just a few moves to see how this happened, there was the move c5, which we expected. And after d5, we saw a potential trade, the king castles. And after h4, Min brings the knight to f6, stopping h5, or so you would think. And Gludora says, no, I'm going to play h5 anyway. I just want to go for checkmate, Anamaya, and the position with his knight on g3. Now Gludora is thinking, because the knight is hitting the rook and the bishop, what white wants to do is like rook h3, rook h1, checkmate down h8. But I guess he feels like he's not quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's worrying that the bishop on e2 is hanging as well. So like a move like rook h2, I guess, would make sense. But rook h3 is more forcing, as after knight takes e2, you have rook h1. And how does black actually defend this? Like if you move the f pawn, like f6 drops the pawn g6 immediately. So that will be very problematic. And a move like f5, it looks terrifying.
Yeah, and you can even take it, because if you take with the rook, now when I check you, I win your queen. And if you take with the pawn, now I check you and your pawn f5 is hanging with check, which leads to a mating attack. So yeah, this is looking terrifying to say the least. After moving f5, if you play knight d4 thinking you have a fork, I just take, because this is checkmate back here. Black's king is in rough shape, and he did stop on h2 just to keep the bishop safe. Bishop d6, and now it's a tough question for white, how to continue this attack, because we'd love to play rook h1. Can't quite do that with the knight hanging out in g3.
Right, and now obviously you don't have to move. I mean, you do have the rook h3 right now, but it doesn't really do much. So f4 move makes a lot of sense, because now the knight is not defended by the bishop anymore, but there's no attack on this knight just yet. So yeah, this definitely bought some time for black, and I feel like you could even consider playing a move like rook e8 at this point.
Try to make space for the king to run in the near future. That makes sense to me. I'm super concerned about this queen landing over here, but you're right that maybe you can create a counter threat down the e-file. So rook e8, perhaps the bishop has to move first, and maybe this knight just gets in trouble. It's not even just about going for checkmate. It's like that knight could get trapped over there.
Yeah, so black needs to be really careful here, and I think yeah, either you need to consider taking on e2 already, just to make sure you don't lose the knight on g3, or rook e8 and hope for the best, pretty much, because after rook e8, you can perhaps even play a move like bishop f3, and then this knight will have some problems.
Yeah, it's not just checkmate, it's trying to trap the knight. So I think knight takes e2 is a good move. It might require a queen sacrifice, but I'm starting to be more and more okay with that. And I'll show you quickly, everybody, what that queen sacrifice looks like, because it does feel like you're getting checkmated after rook h1. We talked about this f5 move. And after pawn takes f5, maybe I take with the rook. I know I'm losing my queen back here, but I'm saying that I have, in return for a queen, a knight, a rook, and a pawn, and all of white's remaining pawns are potential targets. I still think white should be better because of king safety, and Min has taken on e2. We might see this exact variation, but white's pawns are in big trouble if this were to happen.
Yeah, it's also easy for white in that position to make some sort of progress, despite like the material advantage, quote unquote, because it's not that clear. But let's see if this position will actually rise on the board.
I think you have to play this because rook takes e2 feels slow. White's down a pawn here, and then you're bringing your pieces away from the open file. So Gladura has to go rook h1. And the thing I like most about Min's decision making is he's doing it pretty quickly. He's up a minute and a half on the clock. There's no clear path for white, and he plays f. Look at that. That's that bullet skill from Min.
Yeah, they already like have seen all of the variation all together, so it's really impressive, right? Like they play this line so quickly. It's not so easy to spot. It's like very difficult to calculate this through, but the players are playing it very convincingly.
Yes, and at some point you just have no other option because pawn takes f5 allows his rook to h8 with check. Once the king steps in front of the rook, then the queen takes over here, and this king is in bad shape. And you, at the very least, you're going to lose this knight back. So that's not good news. So it just feels like for Min, rook takes f5 is the way to keep this game going. And if he can keep his lead in the clock, there's no increment here that he has very, very good chances of winning this game because he is a really fast player.
Yeah, now he's spending his time over here a little bit, but okay, he still has on the clock, so he can definitely afford this. But I wonder what he's considering. Is he considering a move like knight d4 currently?
Pawn takes g6 looks like a big problem there, taking away.
I guess you can't even defend it. Like I was hoping to move the rook from f8, but turns out you can't really defend it.
Oh, what?
Oh, he's trying to capture the rook on h1 to like stop the threat altogether. But you know what I'm really concerned about a rook sacrifice on h8 and the queen following up on h2.
No, we're going to show this right now because I think it's also what's going to happen. But after takes, knight takes h1, queen e4 threatens queen e6 with checkmate and threatens this. You take, okay, queen f6. I stop your checkmate. This is a known sacrifice. Beautiful stuff. Rook h8 check. The king takes, queen takes h1 check. The king moves, queen h7 is check and mate. And this is on the board, which means that Benjamin, wait, what?
Wait, what?
Oh, it's beautiful.
That's even more beautiful.
It's way more beautiful. Queen e4. I thought that was a blunder. I thought he just made the wrong move order. But this is gorgeous. Knight takes e4, f takes g6, and you can't possibly stop. Mate, you take on d2. The king just runs up to c2. No more checks for you, and rook h8 is mate.
Wow. This could go in a possible queen e4. What a move.
Oh my gosh. I really thought it was a mistaken move order, like a blunder. Did I do something? Holy everything. Queen e4, giving up that queen here for checkmating ideas. Whoever's writing the article, I don't know if you're watching this broadcast right now, you got to include this game. I mean, this is the move of the day. I am pretty sure. Wow. And for Min, it was a tough position because his king was in trouble. But I think Min, he's a very, very gracious player in defeat. He has a clip where he lost to Danya, and he just gave a clap to Danya, just praising his play. This is one of these moments where you can't even be that upset because you're like, well played, opponent, really nicely done. Yeah, and this is just a really beautiful move. And how do you even deal with this? Like, you just have no moves. I mean, like, you can try to ignore this by playing rook takes f5, but then again, queen e6, and you're still getting checkmated. So, yeah, this is undefendable. You can play queen f6, and then it's going to transpose into what I had mentioned before, because queen f6, no more check on e6. pawn takes g6, because if you play rook h8 too quickly, you see the eval bar goes in black's favor. The queen protects here. There's no other checks that lead to anything. But then you just take on g6. After knight takes h1, again, we will see rook 8. If we see first queen e4 and then this beautiful checkmate, I don't know the name for it, but this is always so fun to see when you just give away your rooks so you can get your queen here and deliver the goods.
Absolutely insane. And Min has not played a move just yet, but I mean, it's understandable. If you face this position, you see your opponent play queen e4. I mean, I would let the game play out. Like I would allow my opponent to deliver the checkmate, because might as well add that on top of all of this, right? Like allowing being able to play queen e4. It's already insane, but being able to finish with the checkmate makes it even better.
I think you should allow the checkmate as well. I mean, it's kind of difficult because nobody likes to be checkmated, but
yeah,
when your opponent plays this kind of tactical sequence, all you can do is give them a nod of approval, some praise, and then let them deliver the checkmate.
Absolutely.
And Min takes, so I think pawn takes g6. Oh, okay, and takes now.
We're not convert. Okay, we might. No, we're not gonna see the checkmate in a different way.
Oh goodness! So
wow.
King f8. The king can try to run with king f8.
Oh, and you stop with rook e2. Okay, this works too.
Okay, so oh my gosh, king's into queen h3's mate.
No way! What those patterns are insane.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. And resignation just happened because king d7. It looks like the king's running away, and queen h3 takes away the last square where the king could run to. So you have to go rook f5, and that's checkmate. Oh my gosh! And if the king ran this way, you have rook e6 check, and after king f5, you just bring the queen back to h3 again with mate.
Insane game by Benjamin. A really deserved win. That was a really epic game.
That was awesome. I mean, we don't root for any players, but to see that kind of tactics, that's really fun. And we have two players who are 4-4. We've looked at Nesty Javi before, and we also have Xu Yi, Grandmaster from China. And right now, this is a pretty intense battle. So we have even material. And Amaya, white has this rook on b6, which is a huge thorn in black side, because if you ever take it, then that becomes a passed pawn. But one thing I want to note very quickly is if these pawns come off and the a5 pawn remains, this bishop is the wrong color bishop for this promotion square. So now black knows the task. Trade off these pawns, even if it costs a knight. Trade the rooks, not on b6 though, and that can help you make a draw. But look at the clock, Anamaya.
Yeah, so that's why rook b6, white is happy to trade the rooks in that situation. But obviously black is not going to allow that to happen. So yeah, this position is really interesting because I would say it's hard to say who is trying to go for a win here, because on one hand you might be like, okay, white has this really nice the pawns on the king side are really well placed. You can push g5 and create a passed pawn, but at the same time the knight is dominating the bishop. This bishop is not able to do anything, so it's really hard to see who's trying to go for a win here. And as the pieces are being traded off, it might just end in a draw.
Yeah, now there's a threat of knight c4. This pawn's under attack on g4 because the knight was hanging. That's why the f5 pawn could move. Knight c4. I think that Xu Yi wants to win on time because we have international master Ernesto Javier Fernandez Guillen with the black pieces, a strong international master from Cuba here. But I'm guessing that Xu Yi didn't play this because he thinks his position is good objectively. I think he wants to use the clock as a weapon. But now that I say it, he's allowing his opponent just to take all his pawns.
Yeah, and once you get that pawn off the board, it will end in a draw. But perhaps black is trying to go for something here with the move f4. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go for a win at this point. But I mean, he has two passed pawns, so might as well try something. But obviously, it's very easy to make a draw here.
Well, that's I think why he didn't play f4, because then white could have taken and then won this a6 pawn. So maybe black is somehow trying to play for a win here. Although with the king going to d3, it's very simple. Just keep your bishop here. Don't take this knight. Definitely don't take the knight. Wow, maybe. Okay, well, white is ahead in the clock, but is there some chance, you think, because knights are tricky, Black has an extra pawn. You think, well, he's not even moving. So I was going to say, do you think there's any chance he wins this game? But he just was so slow there that he decided
Yeah,
to
they just
call it
agree on
there.
the draw pretty much. I mean, if Black would have flagged, White would not have won the position because the bishop would be ending in an insufficient material. It's not possible to checkmate with that. At least, well, according to USCF rules, this will end in a draw.
That's right. Oh my gosh, we have a match between Vidit and Andrew Tang. And Vidit has 20 seconds. Andrew has 7.
Ooh.
Vidit's down a piece for 3 pawns. Both king.
Oh my goodness.
Vidit's going to flag him. Queen e8, queen
Absolutely.
g6. Just flag him. I know Andrew's very fast.
Ooh, h7.
B.
Ooh, bishop d6. What a move! And yeah, it was a really rough position for Andrew Tang. So he's a really fast, really strong bullet player. But when you have such a lost position, I mean, it's really difficult. I mean, the position was really difficult when we tuned in.
Yeah, no, it's tough. We know how quick Andrew Tang is, but when you're playing rapid chess, Vidit is the stronger player between the two. So it's not a surprise that Vidit would take this one home, and that gets him to 4 out of 5. But what a tough pairing that was. When you only in quotes have 3 out of 4, and you have to play Andrew Tang, just shows how tough this event is, how many strong players are participating. We welcome every title player who wants to play and every person who qualified. So a reminder again that you have until July 31st. If you're untitled and are vying to make your way into this kind of competition, you have until the end of the month when the open qualifier phase. Maybe you'll make it here. Saturdays and Sundays is when the open qualifiers happen. There's 6 of them, 3 on each day.
Yeah, and for more details, you can type ChesscomPlay in the chat, and that will give you a link where you can find all the information about this event.
I typed it just to see what happened.
Oh, wow. Now you're doing 2 jobs, Robert.
Yeah,
you're also being a mod.
Yeah, you know me. I don't look in the chat very often, but I just had to try it myself. It worked. And I see Vidit OP, and now I'm going to close the chat. So bye, everybody. And back to the games we go. I guess I'm like following this person. I'm going to have to stop that. But Cronus doing really well here in this tournament. But let's see. We have...
Yeah, we don't have anyone with 100% score anymore, which is really interesting. So, yeah, the top players have 4.5 out of 5, and we're now in round 6.
Right. So we have a match between Bortnik and Aram Hakobian. So just GMs left and right having a good old time. Which game should we focus on? All of them are going to be good at this point. Oh, I think
they're all amazing. Let's look at Jose's game.
I was about to say we have Jospham. You always want to see Jospham, and he's playing against JC Barr, who's a very strong Spanish grandmaster. And we see.
Well, that ended quickly.
Okay, I say this every time. Ban the draw offer. I know that somebody at chess.com who's in, as a programmer here, they can do that. I know you can do it. I know you can create a tournament where you say you can just, that button is not clickable. So somebody send this to the chess.com production team. I want a tournament where draw offers are not allowed. This is 10-0. Flag somebody. Don't make a draw. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this was not expected. But yeah, it is possible in the format. It would be nice to disallow it though.
I'm actually sending an internal message. So you can talk about this game. I'm sending a message internally being like, we need to ban the darn draw offer.
Sounds like a plan. All right, so we have Vidit playing against Zhu Yi. And yeah, in this position, the pawn structure is, pretty fixed. But White has the idea here to play the move e4, at least when you prepare with the move knight b to d2. And the move bishop c3 is really interesting because you might be like, okay, what is the bishop doing there? Why does it go there? But the reality is that this bishop was not doing anything on d2 and is much better placed on c3. And once you get the move e4 in a position, if the pawns are traded off in the center, this bishop will become much stronger. So that's why bishop c3 has been played. It's very typical in these type of structures, in the Catalan, etc., that the bishop is much better placed on this diagonal than on d2. Typically, you want to move that bishop from d2. So it makes a lot of sense that he goes for bishop c3. Now after bishop b7, you're obviously trying to prepare c5. So
I'm back,
yeah.
Anna. So sorry
Welcome
to make
back.
you. Yeah, no, I just sent a message being like, let's do it. Let's get rid of those draw offers. Of course, players can always find a way to make a repetition, but I'm so serious. Ban the draw offer. Let's get some games going here. And this one is getting going with c5. So the position's opening up. It's interesting with the showdown of pieces on the light square diagonal, and White has a better second bishop than the one on e7. So I think that White's slightly better, but I like how quickly Shu Yi's playing from the black side.
Yeah, I mean, the time difference is not so big just yet, but 1 minute can already make a big difference on the long term. So yeah, so far this position is pretty balanced, and yeah, I really like what Zhu Yi is doing here as he played c5. He's stopping the move e4 whatsoever, which is one of the main ideas of White in this position. He goes, Vidit goes for queen b2 right now, trying to put some pressure on this diagonal with the bishop on c3 as well. Let's see if he's able to exploit anything along this diagonal.
So Queen and Bishop lined up. And I just have one more thought. I know, Anna, I'm going back to a topic that causes me a lot of internal rage and maybe some external rage as well. But you know what else you can do is you can ban 3-time repetitions before move 20. Because there's almost, well, I'm saying that might be a good idea. I don't know if we can actually do that. There's almost no position that just naturally occurs where there's a 3-time repetition that early. And if there is, yeah, players can just repeat moves nonstop, but then that's happening, right? You see a game that just repeating moves from knight f3, knight g1, and so on. Then you're like, okay, that's not going to fly. So I feel like there is a way to ban the draw offer successfully, but that's a conversation for another time. I'm gonna take a deep breath.
Gonna breathe in and breathe out, and we're gonna have a look at this position.
Yes, I am back. Don't worry. It's hard to get me too distracted. I was momentarily gone away, but my brain's back in the chess. So
all good, Robert.
Thank you. I appreciate the emotional support here, as I definitely needed it. But this game is locked up, so I think we should go to the game back. Bortnik is playing against Aram Hakobian, because I just saw in that one there's a pawn here on c3, and White for the moment is up in exchange, Bortnik. But the problem is this knight on g3 is hanging. So if we just analyze real quick, just a moment ago, that it looks like White should be ahead and you can just move this knight, even take a bishop, but queen takes g3 is check and the pawn on f2 is pinned. So black will scoop up another pawn, then take this piece, and you have 2 minor pieces and the attack for a rook.
And that looks definitely very crushing. So yeah, it was very difficult for White to deal with this. And obviously the move f4 was not possible. The pawn was pinned. So yeah, that makes it really difficult for White to deal with this. And now material-wise, I believe it's like close to equal. I mean, obviously there's a material imbalance, but like it's the knight, the 2 bishops against the rook. But how are the pawns situated? Okay, the pawns are equal, so it is just 2 bishops against the rooks, against 1 rook, and the pawn on c3 is really dangerous.
Yeah, that pawn, you want to play knight e2 and grab that pawn as quickly as possible, but then the d3 pawn will fall. The knight went to d7 so that I can hop into e5 with check, try to get d3, and it looks like all of White's pawns are going to fall after that. So I think that after knight e2, Black just can throw in check, play c5, and down go these pawns.
Yeah, Black has a really dominating position. The bishop on d4 is insanely good, and the bishop on g6 will be activated very soon by playing f6, bishop f7. So yeah, now knight e5. Wow, beautiful play.
Yeah, I think that White has to play rook d1, and this pawn is about to fall. So if you can successfully win this pawn on c3, White does still have a chance. But look at how well positioned the knight and bishop are. The d3 pawn remains a weakness. Like, I see an argument for bringing the rook down to b2, maybe create some luft for your king first, because this also threatens maybe h4 check, trying to get this pawn f2. So I like h5 a lot here, actually.
Me too, because this move f4 can be really annoying, and I mean, White is definitely taking this pawn on c3. So if you can stop this move f4, that's already like big progress for Black.
I mean, I wasn't thinking about that. It tries to trap the piece, but look at this f4. I think it just runs an h4 check, because the king cannot step on g2. That allows knight takes d3, followed by bishop takes e4 check in a lot of these positions. So it does feel like h5 gives black the space for this bishop necessary, as f4, f5 will no longer trap the piece, and then black should be happy.
Absolutely. So yeah, this position is really interesting. But yeah, I mean, white has still some sort of chances because like the material is like imbalanced, and that means that like anything can still happen. But for the time being, black is dominating this position.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is, I think, a very clear game. Well, if something changes, we can come back to it. But so many good matchups still left here. I don't know who this is, but I'm gonna click on the game because I know that with the white pieces is Samvel Tirsahakian, the grandmaster from Armenia. But Red Baron Kanda, a national master, are having a great event. But unfortunately, right now, that is not a great bishop on b7 and now on a Anamaya.
Yeah, I think. I mean, now would you like say this is a better bishop than the French bishop?
With rook a1, rook a7 happening, it feels like white's up like 3 pawns, and it's even material. This bishop is just terrible, and it's +5 despite not being ahead anything.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, in the French at least it has some potential, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's clear that this bishop is not great. Like the pawns are on light squares, like all of them, and the pawns are not able to move whatsoever. So that makes your job even harder to save this bishop.
And you can actually take on d5 now because rook c8 check will win the bishop, but I don't think that's the best choice because it is trading off. Is winning a pawn, but trading off black's horrible piece for white's perfectly good piece. So I think you can just bring this rook around, like rook here, rook here, rook here, things like that. And as soon as I say that, he goes for the extra pawn because it is obviously good for white. But rook c6, yeah, I feel like black has some small chance here.
Yeah, I mean, with the bishops now off the board, black gets some active play. Obviously, like it should not be enough, but it's definitely like, you know, like you have to work hard for the full point now because you can't really like create a pass pawn just yet. You really need to like start attacking the pawns, and at the same time, black is also able to do that. You know, like the rook is coming to c4 or to c1. But okay, this b5 pawn is. It's really hard to keep defending that. Rook b6 has to be played.
Yeah, it's a sad move because what you really want to do, as you're mentioning, go rook c2 and bring this knight into the game and have some kind of chance. But if you're sitting passively, then white can just improve the position, maybe bring the king up somewhere, and maybe king h3, king h4, king g5. I don't think actually black can stop that anymore. So that feels like a good strategy just to go into the position and then play with like rook a7 at the right moment.
Yep, and yeah, white is just slowly improving the position, and yeah, it'll be very difficult for black to hold this, but there's definitely some chances to survive this. But yeah, I have full faith that the white can convert this.
Agreed. So let's check back in on some of the other games here. You see a tactic by Shu Yi here, but I guess it's not really a good tactic. I just saw there's a pawn on b5 attacking 2 pieces, and it's because black took on a4. Look at this eval.
Ooh.
It's better for black here, but he takes on a4. Why didn't he take on b3? Oh, because his bishop is pinned. So there's a lot to work through here, but he takes an a4 and immediately regrets it, it appears, because after rook to a1, you can take a knight, but if a bishop takes a5, well, you lose in exchange.
Ooh, what an unfortunate position for black. I mean, the placement of the pieces is just really unfortunate. I mean, it looked really interesting, the tactic, but yeah, it's not working out for black here, and it seems like Vidit is going to take this point. I mean, the pawn b3 is still dangerous, so white needs to be very careful still. But if you're able to capture an exchange, okay, he might have to work his way through the wind because it's not so easy to find the final blow here.
Yeah, if that pawn can remain. So I think trying to trade the bishops would be a good idea. And maybe you can just move this knight because this bishop, he does it. This bishop is pinned here. This rook is still pinned. So he doesn't rush a capture. He says, I'm actually threatening e4 to win your bishop on d5. And if you move out of this pin, I'll take on c7, then I'll take on d5, and then I'll take on b3. Bye-bye to your only hope.
Yeah, and that goes to show how difficult it is to deal with the like pins. You know, like you really need to look out for them, and you need to avoid them as much as possible. Earlier, we had Irina Crush. We were doing commentary in the Women's Beach Chess Championship, and she was pointing out like to the audience, like, this is why you need to make sure to get out of pins as soon as possible, otherwise you will face problems. So that was really instructive to hear from her.
It is. Yeah, she's obviously a great commentator, fantastic player, and yeah, pins galore in this position. You're getting out of the pins, but you're losing an exchange, bishop trade, and then queen takes b3. So Vidit, he's up a minute. He is taking down a player who's in a tie for first place. A huge victory for Vidit, who lost a couple rounds ago, and he's just working his way back towards the top of the standings as long as he doesn't blunder this pawn e2. So
yeah, don't play rook c1, even though it's very tempting to play that.
Right. Oh, I pinned you. Yes, but it's not an absolute pin. It's a relative pin. An absolute pin is when a king is behind a piece, which means the piece cannot legally move. A relative pin means it's a more valuable piece. But after knight takes e2 check, it's a fork, and you would lose the rook on c1. So just play rook to d2. Your problems are gone. You're just ahead material, and the problems are only black. So let's keep on going, because we do have so many good games. I'm clicking on this one here. We have Reader. Let's read Samadov taking on Benjamin Bach. It looks like this game will end in a draw, even material, pawns in the same file. So let's keep on going. I don't think we should spend too much time here. How about this one? Ooh, whoa.
Oh, what is happening? Queen d5, threatening rook h6, and checkmate on g2.
Oh my
How do you defend
goodness. that? And like at first, okay, if queen takes b7 is your best move, you can just resign.
Yeah, like everything is just hanging. Like bishop on a5 is hanging. There's going to be a checkmate threat again soon. Actually, I mean, it's not very easy with like so many pawns on the board, but you can just take the pawn on b2.
Yeah, and Grandmaster Rasmus Smane here, I don't think he's very concerned. So it looked like a potential attack, but it was countered, and it's going to be a good, really good win for Rasmus with the black pieces. So let's keep on going. We have looks like a game result in the books. We kind of expected it. Bortnik loses. We saw that tactic earlier with the knight on g3 hanging, a couple of pieces for rook. So a win here. Wait a second. Oh, I saw rook takes e4, pawn takes e4, and I was wondering what it was capture. And I guess it was a last hope because you're down a piece. That maybe my opponent will pre-move or something. So nope, that's over.
You can always try for those, yes.
Yeah, it's a last-ditch effort. And okay, looks like Vidit's still up in exchange. Why don't we just keep on going? We have a great matchup here between Sorana and Gladura. And unfortunately for Gladura, that eval bar is sky high, and great move trying to land the rook on c7.
Yeah, and you would say that this bishop on b7 is very strong, right? Like bishop and rook are like a great combination, and they can work really well together. But this pawn on b6 is ruining everything. White is very actively placed, and it's difficult for black to find a way to make use of this combination of bishop and rook.
And it's just an extra pawn. So that's very useful for white. This pawn on b6 doubled, isolated, but fantastic because it's passed. And you don't want to just trade rooks. I'm going to show something really quickly here that I think a lot of people say, my coach taught me when up material, you trade pieces. But if you just trade maybe too soon, you can get into a position, as you see here, where black is doing okay, because bishop d5 to take care of this pawn, king c8, king b7, king takes b6, and all of a sudden white is losing the extra material and not better anymore. So just because that's the advice you're typically given doesn't mean you have to do it in every single position. So let's improve the king location. This rook can just go over to a4, the king can come to e3, the pawn on b6, Anamaya, it's untouchable for the time being.
Right, and that makes it so difficult for black to defend this. So yeah, rook a4 comes to mind, and then yeah, you have to retreat, bishop b7. But how do you make progress here? Because obviously white is winning, but it's not very simple. Like black is still holding on for the time being.
H4, playing on both sides of the board. Put your pawn on dark squares, which means the bishop staring into empty space. Bring your king to e3, and eventually I believe you can either play b4, b5 if you want to trade this way, or keep the threat of rook c7 alive. With pawns on the king side like this, I feel like black's going to have a difficult time defending them.
An interesting idea would also be to play b4 and then maneuver the knight to c5 through b3. So that way, like if you get rid of the bishop with your knight, I think like in like with a good timing, you could make a lot of good progress.
Yeah, I like your idea a lot. You can rook a5 because the bishop always has to go back. It's really, really sad. This has happened multiple times, right? Like rook a5, rook c5, and then make a little bit of progress. Then keep on going back and forth. As soon as this rook leaves, you can put this rook on c5 to throw it into c7. So white is just dominating and black is completely out of options. And finally, bringing this knight into the game. Yikes. Knight d6, rook a7, that's game over. Thank you for the game, but that's a passed pawn that you're not going to have pleasant dreams about.
Yeah, there was just nothing that black could do in the position, and that's why black resigned here. A very good game by Alexei Serrana.
A great game. What? Wait, Vidit was up in exchange.
Oh, wow. What happened?
I don't know, but flag him. You're up 4 seconds. You have a knight versus a bishop. just try to flag him. Like, you were probably upset that you squandered your advantage. So just use your knight. Be annoying.
Yeah. This knight can definitely be disturbing. Like, you have so many checks and threats. Knight h7 is already like super annoying, and e4 now.
Ooh, and
you cannot take.
And e5's a threat because the bishop needs the defender.
You can't move the bishop because of rook f7.
But he just won 5 seconds. That's a really important note. The position remains f4, and then e5.
And then you want to play e5.
He got him. It's the clock.
Is the clock in the position? Like, it's so tricky. This knight on g5 is such a tricky piece, and it allows for so many tactical opportunities. And this is exactly why, facing the knight is just already a problem on itself.
And the bishop can't move because rook f7 is checkmate. Wow. I mean, Vidit was up in exchange earlier. As a chess player, you're always upset when you waste such an advantage, but he'll be very happy as a competitor in this specific tournament to win this game. Doesn't matter how you win, as long as you win.
Wow. Very impressive play by Vidit, especially here in the end. That was really nice.
It was indeed. So Vidit, he is going to go to 5 out of 6. He should be in a tie for first place at this point. So, no, excuse me. Aram Hakobyan won. I forgot. So he's alone with 5.5. Wow. Oh, yeah, gosh.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful. He's not going to take the rook. He's going to checkmate. There we go.
Vidit Gujrathi. That's a player that everybody else does not want to see towards the top of the standings because he is 2,700 plus. He's the strongest player taking part in this tournament. But there is some, if we look down in 9th and 10th place, Anamaya, I see that Bean Screen, a national master, and then an untitled player with 5 out of 6. A great performance, and that is Sviatoslav Bazakutsa. So I'm very impressed. I think we're going to have to tune in after this fair play break.
Absolutely. So now we are going to a short break. After this break, we'll continue with actually, wait, we were not going to. I thought we had the break after round 7.
I thought so. We were
told it was round 7. Now we're being told
it's round 6.
So we changed things, guys. We're moving to a short break. We will continue after this break with round 7, and we will go to the final 3 remaining rounds. This is the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship. We'll be back after the short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 ChesscomGlobal Chess Championship. We have six rounds have been played. I'm sorry, I keep messing up the number. 6 rounds have been played so far, 3 rounds remaining. Robert, how excited are you for the final 3 rounds of today's event?
Yeah, if we don't get more short draws, I'm pretty excited for it. And I have to say, it's within the rules. I understand why people do it. But right now, Jose Martinez, Jocelyn, he's the white pieces. I don't know what's going on because he's not moving quickly. And we're used to seeing him be one of the speediest players on the planet. So this is kind of an odd start. He needs to beat Aram Hakobian, right? You don't want to finish in a tie for second and not make the second, third place match. You want to get first place. And then that way you have your ticket stamped to the main event, the main bracket with 64 players. But what's going on? Jose, move.
Not entirely sure. Yeah, it's the first place matters so much in this event, and it's very unique. Like typically, like it's like the first or the top 3 advances, or like maybe only one. But now the second and third place also have a chance, but it gives more value to the first place, right? Like you don't want to end up in this tie break, like pretty much. So I'm not sure why he's spending so much time.
Yeah. So, okay, we're going to move to a different game and we'll come back here. We mentioned the youngster who has 5 out of 6 and is playing against Yaroslav Zherbuk. So I guess it's a all Ukrainian matchup. Yaroslav lives in the United States, has played for the US, but is from Ukraine. And look at this weird opening. There's a queen on e6, there's a queen on e3. With this stare down, white is happy about this trade because now we have an imbalance in the position. White can play bishop b2, maybe castle queenside. So I think that with a minute lead on the clock and an imbalance here, I think that's bad news for the youngster.
Yeah, white's pawn structure is much better, and I mean the pawn to f6, it makes so much sense because it's obvious that bishop is heading to b2 where it is right now, and after e5 the bishop now on b2 is not the greatest, but at the same time the light squares are weakened, so you have to be a bit careful with that, and the bishop goes to e6, so that solves the problem slightly, but at the same time now d4, and it's just a really difficult position for black, as black is slightly down when it comes to the development, and white is just doing great with the development. There's
three pieces here, and the rook, we're going to include that, all developed here for white. Black only has this bishop and solid foundation, but anytime you make moves like f6 and c6, you have to look at the squares in front of those pawns. So I'm already looking at a way for this knight to venture into f5. Just takes with the pawn, opening the e file, can't complain about that. And Sviatoslav Bazakutsa, that's the youngster with the black pieces here. A rising player, 5 out of 6 here, great performance, but his hands full. It's already over +1 right now. And I'm guessing moves like bishop d3, a rook e1 first, forcing king f7, and then bishop d3, then rook f1, and maybe a knight g5 out of Maya. The king is very unsafe for black.
Yeah, there is just so much potential for white in this position, and exactly the move knight g5 is the problem, right? Like you might say like, okay, king f7, the king is perfectly fine. The king is defending the bishop on e6, covered by the pawn on f6, but this threat that you just pointed out is exactly the problem. And you obviously want to avoid this. Like you want to play a move like h6, but if you do that, then g6 becomes a huge weakness. So it's overall just a very tough position for black.
Yeah, here it comes. Rook f1, very natural move. And as you're saying, if h6, knight h4, give me that g6 square for my pieces. And if black has to play knight f8, we see that black is moving backwards, very passively defending some of the weak squares. White is just hopping forward with great effect. This is already a terrible position for black.
Yeah. That's a unfortunate game for the youngster. But still a very impressive result so far, being able to have such a good score against some of the top players in this event.
Yeah, king b1, move you want to play anyway. And okay, stop knight g5 check for now, but after g3 and the bishop moves, so like we'll show this really quickly, g3, the bishop has to go to h6, otherwise knight g5 check is devastating, right? You just check here, can't take it. Pinned, you lose a bishop. So the bishop has to go to h6, and then I go the other way, knight e5 check. You have to take with your knight, And after pawn takes, yikes, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that will hurt a lot.
Yeah, it's just crushing. You're at best for black going to be down one pawn. At worst, you're just going to get checkmated and be down a pawn. So it's not fun.
Really an ideal situation, Robert.
No, but I'm just being honest. I'm giving the young player his options, and they're not good. So if Yaro plays knight e5 check here, I feel like he's just gonna win this game without too much difficulty. So let's move on to some of our other players because we have another non-grandmaster at the top of the standings, or I should say a half point behind first place. That's Bean Screen. That's Zachary Tenenbaum. He's from the United States. He plays a ton of blitz bullet. He also, I think, streams sometimes and plays in Chess Played Quick and all sorts of events. His king's on e7, though, Anna. That doesn't look like a happy king.
Yeah, it's kind of a similar feeling as we saw in the previous game, but this time the king is a little bit doing better. Like the position, like the pieces are a little bit developed more. However, this king on e7 is not the greatest, and it can easily be targeted by rook e1. And yeah, there's a lot of access points for white in this position. The knight could jump to b6 potentially. Obviously, you need to take care of the move b5, but yeah, there's a lot of opportunities here for white, so black needs to be very careful.
And knight h4 comes to mind, rook e1 check. You try to get the bishop pair. That's why I'm looking at knight to h4. And actually, if I get knight h4 in and your bishop moves, I'll have knight e4 eventually. So this just feels very unpleasant. We often think that without queens on the board, our king's not going to get checkmated. This isn't about checkmate. It's just about increasing the pressure in the position. And there's a passed pawn. We can't forget about that. A bishop, not the best blockader of a passed pawn. Knights are the best blockading pieces.
True. But I have to say, now after knight to d7, it's yeah, I kind of like black's position, as in like the pieces are like very much together and defending each other, and it feels like black is still surviving. But obviously, like white has a really nice space advantage and a lot more to fight for. So yeah, we'll have to see how the game develops because things could get really interesting.
Yep. And a4 might just be the move necessary to stop this pawn from going to b5, and that keeps black a little bit stuck in place. So we see that Samvelter Sahakian with the white pieces, very strong Armenian grandmaster, look at these small improving moves. It plays g3 after knight h4. Didn't rush this capture because it didn't want to open up this rook on the h file. So black not coordinated very well. The rooks are not connected.
Yeah, and that will hurt black's chances definitely. Yeah, you have to be careful here because like I feel like the idea is f4, f5, but this bishop on g5 might get trapped. But okay, as long as you can capture this knight on f6, it's fine. But you have to be careful for things like that.
Yeah, and it's also interesting that b5 is allowed here. You would think, why would you want black to push pawns forward? Anytime you push a pawn forward, you leave some squares behind. So maybe later in the game, the a6 pawn can become a target as well. So I think that Samvel doing a great job up a couple of minutes is in addition to having a good position. So I'm just going to keep on looking at these boards here. We have our top matchup between Jose Martinez and Aram Hakobian. Hakobian with the black pieces. It looks like a very solid position here for black. Even material, pawn structure symmetrical. So I think that he's doing a great job trying to keep his tournament lead.
Yeah, it's interesting because, yeah, white is not able to push the pawn to d4, which I think would be the ideal situation. So you can gain some more space in position, potentially put the pawn on d5. But yeah, as long as this pawn on c4 is hanging, white has, I mean, I wouldn't say problem, but it will be very difficult for white to make any sort of progress here. And at the same time, black has really active pieces. The rook are on the open files, and yeah, it's interesting that Engine is much happier about black's position because you would say there's like a very small difference in the positions. I mean, it's almost symmetrical.
Yeah, I think the key thing is the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. D4, a lot harder to play with this C4 pawn being targeted. D5, for example, right now, is available to black, and that can open up the position the bishop would like to take on d5. And once this bishop gets here, you're gonna have a problem with this rook, you're gonna have a problem with this pawn, you'll have a problem with the d3 pawn. So I think that if you are Jose, you have to take on e8, but then you might have a problem with the c4 pawn as well. And black's pawns safely on dark squares, white's pawns ending up on light squares. That means they can be targeted.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So yeah, it's those small differences that make that decide like who's better, because you would say this bishop on g2 is like very strong and is controlling the square at d5, but it's just not good enough. Black has simply a better setup of pieces.
Yeah, and so I think queen f4, a very good move, just defending the pawn. b3 likely to be played next or in a few moves. And yeah, black is just great. Good rook, good queen, bishop already targeting some stuff over here. And if you play b3 and get this pawn set up later in the game, you have to watch out for this bishop snaking around to attack the pawn. So you solve one issue, you create another. Not ideal, but we will continue looking at this. We just have to keep on going around. And our youngster, right? Our youngster in the field still fighting.
Surviving.
Yeah. Didn't we see the knight come to e5 with check and the king moved away? So maybe there was a missed opportunity at some point for Yaroslav, and he is better here anyway. But the youngster is still hanging in there, though he's down nearly 3 minutes.
Wow. And yeah, this threat of c5, obviously. So that's why black played bishop c7. And white is pushing a lot on the queen side, and it feels okay for the time being. But this might hurt white's chances as the pawns are moving up more and more. The king becomes weak as well. So you have to be careful with this. But for the time being, black is not able to do much here. So white should be fine.
It's one of these positions that I feel like players, like if I had this game within the black side, I would think I'm just toast. And you look at the evaluation, it's like, no, it's not that bad. But black has no ideas, no space, no pawn breaks. You don't have a single piece past your own third rank, which is the 6th rank in this case, while white has all these pawns. Is it going to be d5? Is it going to be a knight to f5? All sorts of ideas. And black just has to sit passively. And that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, white is not in the rush, obviously. You can play a move like king b2 and you're still fine. And it's still like some sort of improvement for the position. But yeah, as you said, black is just not able to make moves. There's no plan. And it goes to show how powerful this pawn structure is of white on the queen side, especially. Taking away so many squares of black. And like, if you like consider a move like c5 to like try to open up some squares, I meant for black.
Yeah.
Then the square on d5 will be very weak. So
yeah. I think that point holds true for both, right? You play c5 for white, then these squares become weak as well. So yeah, I got you. And I mean, c5 is tempting if you can get bishop c4 check as a quick follow-up, right? Going after the king. But c5 is not a move you want to play strategically.
Maybe you have to play c5 with the black pieces then. I mean, c5, like, it makes sense as in you kick the knight out of there and you play bishop c4 and like you get even more space, but maybe it's a bit too much.
Yeah, so instead bishop d4. I like the way that Yaro is playing this. I mean, we see the evaluation mark going up and down, but from a practical point of view, it just every single move is difficult for a black to make. And now d5 was more of a threat. Look, very quickly, king c2. It's not winning, nothing like that, but he's making these moves that just force his opponent to be on the clock. And now I think it's time for knight f5 because rook e7 check is going to be lights out if you allow it.
Yeah, it's just a very comfortable position for white, and this pawn on the d-file might hurt black's position a lot on the long term, as the pawn will be able to turn into a passed pawn, and then things might get very shaky. I mean, they are currently already quite shaky.
Yeah, this is looking miserable for black, who's also down quite a lot of time. So just going to keep looking out for this one. Bishop takes f5. You just can even start with rook e7 takes with king g6 to defend this bishop, but I think the rook on the 7th rank is just over. So I think that Yaro is in fact going to play rook e7 check and just mow down these pawns along the 7th rank. Yeah, this is...
Yeah, and the bishop is just lost on now as well. So very convincing win by Yaro.
Yep. Take, and then take here. B7, G7, A7. All the pawns are falling down.
Yeah, everything is the black's position is simply falling apart.
Okay, so we can trust Yarrow to go to 6 out of 7. That's big news for him. Let's check out some of these other games that we left earlier. We saw that Jose was struggling against Aram Hakobian, but now with the white pieces, there's a potential to be down a pawn in a rook end game, which should give good chances to hold.
Yeah, there's a lot of pieces have been traded off, and material is equal as well. I mean, there is some weaknesses in the white's position. There goes one pawn. So this could be very interesting still. And the players are on 2 minutes on the clock. So I'm not, I mean, I was going to say I'm not expecting a flag, but it might just happen.
Yeah. And here, oh, I thought rook c8 was going to happen, but okay, we'll get a trade. And then after rook c8, if you're defending with rook a5, there's no way. Actually, maybe rook d5 is smarter then, because that cuts the king off. Rook c8 could be inaccurate because after rook a5, maybe this king gets to run around. So I think rook d5, if you want to protect this pawn by putting a rook on the a5 square, that's very sad.
Yeah, and if you play the move rook a5 now to protect the pawn, like there's no way that the black king is able to get closer to the pawn and defend it. You cannot get past his rook on d5, and that's what makes white's position so powerful. And obviously, like they're not winning because they're pawn down, but it hurts black's chances because how can you make any sort of progress here?
You can't. Immediately a draw, and I think both players recognize that. So I won't be surprised if they call it a game soon. So we'll move on from this one. There's just no progress that black can make because the rook is just stuck in there.
Oh, they agreed already to
and
draw.
I'm okay with that draw offer. So I was just saying it, like even though I believe that players should try to play it out, like this is to me is so obviously a draw in a way that I can explain to people, and that's why I'm okay with it. So let's keep on moving. Doesn't matter how I'm feeling. It matters how they're playing. So we have Vidit with 5 out of 6 with the black pieces here, and he's just up a pawn here in the rook ending game.
Wow. So yeah, I mean, obviously you can create a pass pawn on the king side with the black pieces, but he wants more. He wants to take that pawn on h4.
And by the way, look at the clock. So obviously Vidit has a better position, but he's down 15 plus seconds, and that gives white chances.
Ooh, rook g4 was possible here, and there was no way for white to defend. Obviously, the pawn on g6 would fall at the same time, but if you have a pass pawn, that's already like a big improvement because currently it's not really possible to create a pass pawn. But I think he wants to capture this pawn on h4 for free. So he's trying to play the king all the way to f6, but then he will lose a pawn on c7, so it's not so clear.
No, I just really like how you said it. He just wants to win it for free. Greedy Vidit, trying to just grab the pawns. But I think he's okay giving up c7. Like king takes here, rook c7, rook g4, as you're pointing out, because you can start targeting these queenside pawns, but black's pawns are quicker. So Vidit goes king d5, which apparently is a mistake. He's down to 55 seconds left, and Grandmaster Jose Ibarra with the white pieces trying to hold things together. a5, incorrect.
Ooh,
oh, great move, c4.
c4, very good move. Trying to destroy the pawn structure on the queen side.
Fantastic recognition. And here comes Vidit's king. No, he's going to win this.
Yeah, king c3, you can simply give a check and play king b4.
Right, and so many people would have taken this pawn on h4 forever ago, but giving up the g6 pawn was not desirable. Now you take a4, you can take h4 here, and you have 2 extra pawns and can win the game.
That should be enough. Even though they're like on the A and H files, should be enough.
And look at that waiting move, rook to f4. Check.
We can't play king a3.
Oh my gosh. But it's a waiting move because if your
rook
moves here, now king a3, your pawn's under attack. And now king b3. And just boop, 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 boop.
That's it. Wow.
Push the pawn. And now he's got the second pawn. This was really instructive technique from Vidit, but he only has 28 seconds. He has to move quickly.
Don't play h2.
Do not play h2 because of this. He's going to put his rook behind the pass pawn.
Wow.
And after check, he'll go king d3 probably, and then bring his king to g3. But is he fast enough? That's the big question. Vidit is a pretty good bullet player, but 23 seconds, you got to move if you're Grandmaster Jose Ibarra.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the final seconds as Jose is playing really quickly now.
You just bring your king this way. Come on. 18 and a half seconds.
Oh, don't go to the fifth rank. Don't go
No, don't go to the fifth rank. That's how you lose this game. Okay, 17 points.
Okay, precise play. And now rook.
Oh
How
my
are we gonna
gosh.
checkmate with the rook in 15 seconds?
I don't know if he's got, I'm a little nervous for him, but he's moving really quickly. No, Vidit has this. Oh, you want the king back?
This is making things more difficult.
Yes.
This is so hard to checkmate in 10 seconds, 11 seconds now.
He cut the king off. He cut the king off some more. Bring the king over here. Now, rook d2. He's got it.
Okay.
He's got
he has
rook
plenty
anywhere.
of time now. Oh,
rook back. And then mate.
Very, very precise play. And you have to be so precise when you're checkmating with the rook, because one square, taking away one square from the king is already like a big progress. You have to be okay with that. And Vidit showed us very well how to checkmate with the rook in such a short time.
Huge win for Vidit Gujrati, because now he is tied for first place with 6 out of 7. And there's a whole host of title players, including Min Lee, the newly minted grandmaster, at 5.5 points. The next round is about to start. Anmaya, I know nobody really wants to make a prediction, but I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit.
Oh, gosh.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to do it really fast here. So 4 people tied for 6 out of 7.
Oh, yes.
Is one of those 4 going to be our winner, or is somebody at 5.5 going to catch up and take first?
I want to say no, because I'm the type of person that roots for underdogs, but I think one of the 4 is going to win. Yes.
Okay. Well, they're about to square off, and we see Aram Hakobian with the white pieces taking on Samvel Tursahakian, the Armenian grandmaster with actually, they're both Armenian. There's a U.S. flag for Hakobian, but he goes to university in the United States. And then that means on the other board, we have Vidit Gujrati. He is going to be playing the other person at 6 out of 7. That's Yaroslav Zherbuk. So we're going to keep those 2 games open first and foremost. We'll just see how they develop. I'll keep an eye on both. But slow opening stage right now.
Wow. Yeah. So it's interesting because like there's 4 leaders currently, and the winner advances to the next stage, and the second and third place will play each other in a 2-game match. So it's kind of crazy how many players still have a chance to both qualify and still like play for this tiebreaker of between the second and third place. So that's pretty insane.
And with tie breaks as part of the equation, usually you want to, if you're going to draw and win like one of the games, you want to win first and draw second. That usually helps your tie breaks more because that means you're playing an opponent in a higher score group, and tie breaks can be very complicated in chess, but really it just is taking into account how your opponents performed. So Vidit right now with the white pieces playing a very calm setup. We have a position where black gave away the D pawn. So white has 2 pawns in the center to 1 for black, with bishop e6, forcing the queen to move again. Black's hoping that he can get quick development.
Yeah, white has a really it's a really interesting position because typically we would want to play e4 as soon as possible when we have the opportunity. But if you play e4, you risk the chance that d4 might become a huge vulnerable pawn in the center. And yeah, white plays for it anyways, but I would be slightly concerned about this pawn on d4. It's like very well defended so far, but it might become a huge target very soon.
Yeah, it has an arrow drawn there. You see that? So it's an arrow right to the d4 square. So knight b4 played apparently a huge blunder, and I think it's the simple bishop e3, which threatens pawn to d5. So it's amazing that this position is plus 2.5, but bishop e3, I don't even know how you're dealing with this because your knight is loose, your bishop's going to be under attack, your queen is going to be threatened. This looks bad.
This looks pretty bad, and it's crazy because e4, like, it's a move that you really want to make, and it doesn't feel super right, but it's crazy to see that black is just not able to do anything about it. And yeah, this knight is just simply misplaced on b4 now. And
d5 threatens to win a piece. So you might have to put this awkward move bishop to d7. And I think that the evaluation is so heavily in white's favor, not because you're winning a material. It looks like you're winning a piece for a pawn, where that would be +2. But I think you're just kicking black's pieces back. So if you put bishop d7, which is already a move you don't want to play, and you put a3, and the knight has to go back to a6, it's just a clumsy position where white has great control over this board. So a bad start this game for Yara. I'm quickly going to check in. There's nothing to check in the other game.
It was bound to happen when you said the both players are Armenian. We should have known.
Yeah, maybe they're really good friends, but they drew in 12 moves, and that could really backfire, especially if you're Aramakova and you have the white pieces. You might mean you get black in the last round and playing against a strong GM. So, yeah, that ban the draw for please. Somebody just banned it already.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, but let's see how they will do in the last round, as they will be. I mean, they might be okay with a draw, but yeah, they will have to win if they want to finish first, I would say.
Okay, so the bishop came back to d7. So d5 hits the queen, hits the knight, but black can respond with c5 in that position to shut down the attack and to attack white's queen on a4. So maybe, like I said, just a3. You force the knight back, and then you gain more space with b4, things like that. It just feels like white has all of the fun here. And I don't know, I have to admit, I'm distracted by the eval bar because it says plus a billion. So I'm like, there must be some easy win, but I think that it was just playing solid chess. Like, you don't have to do anything major.
Yeah, I think like if you go for some risky plays, it might backfire so quickly. So you have a really like active position. Your pieces are so much better placed. You have the center. There is no need to rush things because like you play healthy moves and your position is amazing. It's really difficult for black to find improvements here, as a knight has now retreated to a6.
Sad piece. Queen takes b2 might be a threat. So rook f to c1 might be a good move, because if queen takes b2, there's rook to b1, and then that queen, I mean, it gets trapped, but even if the queen wasn't trapped, I was just looking down to win the b7 pawn. So I like a move like a rook to c1. It looks very standard here.
Absolutely. So yeah, this is a really concerning position for black, and yeah, white is enjoying a very comfortable position.
For sure. So let's we'll keep an eye on this, because this game could decide who wins this Swiss event. I was just gonna keep going just to see other games as well. Benjamin Bach, your compatriot with the black pieces, he is playing against Alexei Serrano, just a superstar player. And f5, the last move, black king doesn't look the safest, but if we do a quick material count, Anamaya, black is up a pawn.
Right. Yeah, and this pawn happens to be okay. I mean, you can call the pawn d4 the pawn that he's up, but yeah, he has an advantage on the queen side. But this pawn d4 is really disturbing for white.
That bishop would love to see the pawn go away, and it's not going away anytime soon. So if you just start trading pieces, that's bad news. You are giving black a pass pawn that's not blockaded. So if you play e5, then black will blockade white's pass pawn and say that, oh, you're just down material. This is not an easy position to even figure out white's current move.
Yeah, this bishop on b2 is not in a good spot, and it will be very difficult for white to make progress here. And this move f5 is so interesting because it feels like a move you shouldn't play, but how does white deal with this? Because I guess like the move e5 allows bishop e6, and the bishop will be active on d5. And yeah, as you mentioned, if you trade, then it will be even easier for black to play. So it's hard to see how white could respond to this.
King h2, that's a very, very reasonable move. You're just waiting for black to take, because if you take on e4, the bishop can take back and the queen's in some trouble. And what white really wants is just push all these pawns and go for the king, but you need to time that well. So maybe g4 is white's next move. That is not out of the question.
Oh, wow. Yeah, really interesting. Simply sacrificing the pawn, and you have like this really nice formation of pawns on e4 and f4, so might as well make use of it. And if the position opens up, the bishops will become much more powerful. So yeah, maybe g4, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's also super risky. But as we're talking about, the blockade is annoying. So if I could also push f5 to follow up, then my pawns start rolling. But I need to remove this f5 pawn, and that's part of the reason why g4 comes to mind. So we'll leave these players to it. It's going to be a bit of a slugfest here. A lot has just changed in the Vidit game, so I just noticed that, and it looks like it's good news for Yaro, despite the odd-looking position. After knight a6, d5, the b2 pawn was stolen. And after d takes c6, you take with the pawn, your knight's loose, all sorts of things hanging here, just queen takes c3. And Vidit takes on d7, and now Yaro on the clock and ahead on the clock as well.
Yeah, it's a really interesting position. This pawn on c6 is obviously hanging, but it seems like Yaro is surviving this position as a lot of pawns and pieces have been traded off now, and it looks like black can simply develop this knight on a6 now to a much better spot, and there's not much danger for black anymore.
Yeah, not from the perspective of losing a piece or anything, but I think that Vidit has to take, and he needs to keep his knight on the board. You don't want to take, because then black's up a pawn. And not that white is lost or anything like that, but it feels easier for black to play. So I think you play knight e5, bring your rook to b1, bring this rook to c1 ideally, and then bring this bishop around. But he has no advantage right now, I don't think. He has potential targets, perhaps, but I feel like black should be okay here.
Yeah, perhaps knight b4 could be played here to attack the pawn on a2 and defend the pawn on c6. And after a3, maybe you even have a move like bishop b2. So, yeah, this is, I mean, obviously black needs to be very careful here because white has the bishop pair, it's an open position, and the pawns are not the greatest of black, but I think as a lot of pawns have been traded off, it becomes more clear that the position should be more or less equal.
It's just, these are such super grandmaster positions. And I say that with so much respect because a lot of players, they cling to material. Like, no, I can't be down a pawn. And then I feel like most of these super grandmasters, they make moves like rook c4. Your knight's not getting here. Rook. Okay, he just took the pawn. So I was going to say he's okay being down material, and he immediately takes the pawn. And by the way, Yaro offered a draw. That's really good news for Vidit because his position could be worse. If this knight could get to a dark square the bishop couldn't compete with, that could be a problem. But just to go back at this moment, because the game's over, that rook c4 could just be such an annoying move, taking away bishop to d4, playing rook to c1, playing f4 and e5 type of ideas, maybe rook to a4. So I feel like a lot of these super GMs, and I'm sure Vidit calculated this stuff and was like, oh, it's not going to work out so well. But that's what they do, is they just squeeze you in a position that doesn't look so bad. You suddenly run out of moves and you're like, I don't know where I went wrong.
Yeah, probably he was like not liking the move c5, you know, like giving black a lot of play. So it makes sense.
For sure. And he stays in first place. The other game was a draw. So they're all tied for first still. Oh, gosh, we got the g4 break. Or attempted a break, but it's not really a break because black is just eyeing the f5 square with all of his pieces.
Wow, yeah, and yeah, if you play a move like g5, I mean, black is going to respond with h5 and then g6 and then goodbye attack.
Yes, if you can get these moves in with the pawn g5, the closing the position is good for black, of course. But Benjamin, he's down quite a lot of time. So that's bad news for him. This position is really complicated, and this tension will remain for a long time. So I'm very concerned about black's position here, even though I think that he's doing fine, objectively speaking. Just bring this bishop back, keep the problems alive in the position, and Benjamin might not have enough time to figure things out.
Yeah, he's not in a comfortable spot either because white is pushing here a lot, and you need to be very precisely in order to like survive this attack because there's a lot of threats in the position, and you have to be really careful about those. So not only like the position is not so clear, because of the time, it might be very difficult for Benjamin to deal with this situation. But I'm curious to see if he can manage to push this d pawn across the board because it looks very dangerous now. d3. Okay, he goes for bishop d5 instead.
Yeah, it's one of these things where you want to push the pawn, but is it worth it opening up that bishop on b2? Such a difficult question. And Serrano now attacking this pawn here on d4. And I want to give a shout out to Min Lei, the newly minted grandmaster, made his third norm in the United States. He won his game. He's at 6.5 to 8. So he is in a big tie for first place. So much left to play for in the final round. And as Benjamin Bach brings the bishop back to e6. This pawn d4 can be captured, but maybe that's not the end of the world. If pieces come off, Anamaya, Black's king is much safer.
Right, and it's hard to see now how white can make any sort of progress on the king side. Like, the position is so fixed right now. Like, I mean, if you try to play move g5, as I mentioned, h5 will happen, and yeah, it will be very difficult for white to continue the attack. And obviously, you do not want to take on f5.
No. This would be such a huge mistake from white's perspective. Just to show a move ago, if you took on f5 here, black just takes back. And this problem is you've blockaded the pawns. You're in big trouble here. The white king is in worse shape. So yeah, you're not taking on f5 unless it leads you to some kind of knockout checkmate.
Right, so yeah, it seems like black is doing very, very much fine. And yeah, it's interesting to see how this position will develop, as white doesn't really have much to play for anymore, but at the same time, black is also not able to make progress because this pawn d4 is not going anywhere anymore.
No. So g5 played, we were talking about h5, but I don't think you play h5 here because white plays g6. You have the firepower needed to defend that square, and then the h5 pawn will fall after that. So that was you're right, that was the dream. It hasn't come true. And now through g takes h6, the queen takes back, covering g7. I like how this position is going for Benjamin over the board, but I'm still so worried about his clock, Anamaya.
Yeah, it's almost a 2-minute difference, and now with 1 minute and 51 seconds left on the clock, it is definitely quite concerning. And it's not like he's a winning position or anything like that he can just simply convert. So yeah, this could go down to the clock pretty much, this game.
Yes, I'm going to quickly go over to the game between Rasmus Svane and Jose Martinez, just because they also have 5.5 out of 7. Okay, well, this one, we see the eval bar sky high. White is simply up a pawn in the ending. And so with an outside pawn, with the king going to help win this pawn, I feel like then white will just be able to mop up. So Rasmus just playing great end games today. So let's go back to this much more complicated battle between Benjamin and Serrano. That's even by evaluation, but so tricky. And is there
rook g5 threatening rook h5? I was about to say. How do you defend that? Because bishop takes f5 is also in the air.
Yeah, rook g5 looks quite scary. Maybe there's bishop d5 to distract your queen. But that looks extremely shaky.
Yeah, bishop d5, queen g3, attacking the knight on g6. And I guess there's knight h4 in that line. Oh my goodness.
And that's how the tables can turn so quickly, right? If you see this queen hop over and the knight comes to h4, threatening knight f3 check, you play rook f2, but now you're defensive over here. That's not going to work out very well. So we see the evaluation bar would start to go down in black's favor. So rook g5 after bishop d. Whoa. Took on e5 because if you take with the pawn, you lose the rook. Queen e2 played and knight g4 check.
Oh my, what is happening?
Wait, you can't take this because knight e4 check wins the queen. So rook takes d4. How are they calculating this stuff?
They're so tricky. Both players are seeing this like, wow, that's really impressive.
But this is bad news for Benjamin because the position, and he immediately blundered. But I was going to say the position is no easier for him and he has no time. So where is the win here? Bishop takes f6.
Not very easy to see.
Because if you have to take with the queen and then there's check, rook h5 mate.
You go like that, right? And the bishop on e6 is also loose, so yeah, that's very tough to see, honestly. And obviously, like after bishop takes f6, pawn takes, the bishop on e6 is hanging. So he missed it.
Oh my gosh, it's a terrible move apparently.
There's rook h1 in the position. You're threatening to take on h3,
and he finds it.
G2, there is
bishop d5.
Bishop d5, very beautiful.
Oh my gosh, that's a huge turn of events for this tournament because these players are competing for first, and now it looks like Benjamin. We need to bring up the analysis board really quickly just so I can show what was missed there. Bishop takes f6. If pawn takes f6, rook h5 wins the queen. So that's a problem. Queen f6, I was queen h5 check. And if you play queen here, there's queen e8. And if you block with the bishop, there are things like bishop a2. That's a problem. If you go king h7, there's rook h5 winning the queen. So all sorts of problems for this black king. But instead, it's problems for the white king because the rook gets to h1. And Amaya, this is such a turnaround.
Yeah, you just don't have the possibility to defend this pawn on h3, and it's just a simple. I mean, I wouldn't say checkmate threat just yet, but we might see a checkmate pattern coming up very soon.
Wow. And Serrano's using all his time here, so he's not even going to be ahead in the clock. He's just trying to figure out how not to lose in 3 turns.
Wow, that's insane. Queen g2, yeah, it's a very logical move, but yeah, bishop d5, what do you do now? You have to sacrifice your queen.
Okay, well, now we're going to see a bit of a time scramble. What's the material? It's a rook for a queen. That's it.
That's it, yeah. And a pawn, I guess. Oh, no, not the pawn. It's 2-3.
No, I was trouble counting, so I just said something and hoped it was right. So bishop g4. I think what Serrano did was like smart. He's trying to find a way out, but now he's like doesn't have a big time advantage. I think having more of a time edge. Oh, taking on g7 would allow black to liquidate. Rook takes g7.
It's not so clear yet. After rook takes g7, especially.
Oh my gosh, your king has no move, so there's going to be discovery no matter what. But the bishop's under attack.
Oh my goodness.
Bishop
and
e5.
Queen d3 check too.
Bishop e5. Put your bishop on a protected square. But check.
20 seconds.
Oh, he wants to check and take. Well, first of all, it's mate. But even
if it's checkmate, do you play h4, h5? I mean.
H5. Then you take the rook. You just.
Yeah.
And now
and the 18 seconds is more than enough time for Benjamin to convert.
Yeah, he's the one ahead on the clock now. Check.
Okay,
oh,
check.
Actually, still pretty close.
But where's the checkmate? Bishop f3.
Oh, don't repeat. Oh, what? The bishop was hanging.
F3.
Oh my gosh.
It was not taken. Oh, this is a huge time scramble. Both players are around 8 seconds now.
Oh, f7. And the bishop covers a1. Takes.
Oh my goodness, what is happening?
This queen has a check here. Okay, but that's huge.
That's
Trading
a
queens.
huge check. And okay, Benjamin is at least having the draw. And it's checkmate. Wow, what a conversion.
Oh my gosh, that was like so shaky, nerve-wracking. I'm sure Benjamin was like freaking out. But wow, that was a fortunate turn of events for him because he put that bishop f5 move. He gave away the bishop for free.
Yeah, this was a huge opportunity for Serrano to win the bishop and maybe the game because the time was equal, 12 seconds for both.
If Serrano took the bishop, I think he wins the game.
Yeah.
The rook and bishop against this king over here, so many checks, hard to pre-move for black. So that was, wow. I mean, Benjamin did play really well, probably deserved the win, but that was a close one. So how many players do we have there? 7 players tied with 6.5 out of 8. Oh my gosh.
I have like 50%, okay, almost 50%, okay, a bit more than 50% chance of winning with my prediction.
Yeah, you said that somebody who had 6 out of 7 would win. So 4 out of 7 are in this bunch. And as Danya would say, oh my lands. Whew, just one game remains here. And it's not just first place. First place gets through to the main event. Second and third will play a match, a 2-game match. And the winner of that match also gets through. And the prizes are huge. First place today gets $850. But then you also get $5,000 minimum by being in the top 64. So a really big payday in store for the person who can end in first place. And it's a big career achievement.
Whoever wins the game right now of the 7 people will have a huge chance, and not even like a clear chance of winning the tournament, but a huge chance. So a win is very important because I don't think that everyone will draw in this final round.
No. Like here we have Benjamin against Min. I'm just opening all the games with people who have 6.5 points because one of these players is going to win and somebody else is going to be in the second. 2 of them are going to be second, third place match. So this game, Rasmus, he probably needs to win with the black pieces. I mean, a draw might get him into second, third place match. I don't know how good his tie breaks are. They're great. So Rasmus has the best tie breaks heading into the round, but he can't rely on everybody else drawing, right? Like, how do you know what to do? What would you do? Like, would you play for a win at all costs? Would you just kind of handle it as it came?
I would just handle it as a game, like as any other game, because psychologically speaking, I think if you are pushing for the win, it might backfire so easily. So, but I think like it's just mentally just really difficult to like make this switch and just treat it as every other game, like starting, like make it feel like it's just the first round of the tournament. And yeah, you just start off with 0 points, you know, like you have to fight to get up, climb up in the leaderboard. But yeah, it's just really hard mentally to like have this switch. Like, okay, like just treat it as a game. It's okay, and like not put pressure on yourself.
Yeah, there's always going to be some pressure. And in this position, the pressure usually comes from f4, f5 for white. You have an extra pawn as we cut the board of the d file, right? White has 4 here, black has 3, black has double pawns on the queen side, but the bishop pair and the move bishop e3, you can sense what's happening. f4 trying to play f5, but black, on the other hand, at some moment can go after some of the weaknesses, try to trade rooks, because if the rooks come off, black's problems often disappear with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so 92, knight is trying to go to either d4 or f4. Both squares are looking really nice, but I feel like if the knight goes to d4, it's at least threatening to capture a pawn on c6, so that seems more threatening to me. And you also prepare moves like f4, f5, so it would make sense. Yeah, knight d4 is played.
And this bishop probably should move. The reason why is, you could play c5 and hope that white would take, but the b5 square was where the knight would have jumped to. And woo, a pawn sacrifice by Yaroslav. He understands these positions. If you take with the bishop, then c6 can even be captured. And that's a good decision, though, giving up the c6 pawn. I just want to show very quickly that if black had taken with the pawn, you may think, oh, black gets to keep both pawns here. That's very good news. But oftentimes white just brings this knight around to f3 and into e5 or to g5, and you just have this kind of ugly looking position for black. It's not worth clinging onto one pawn just to have this. So the open board is good for bishops, usually.
Yeah, it looks much more natural for black now. And this knight on c6, I mean, it's, pushed into black's position, but what is it actually doing? Like if the bishop moves to d6 now, there we go. And the knight feels actually a little bit misplaced because we are looking for like nice squares here. And I feel like this knight will soon be pushed away again after like a move like bishop d7.
Right, and just kick it away. So rook e1, just keeping that king in its sight. So we'll come back to this game. It's a bit closed for now. I wanted to go to the game between Vidit and Samvel Tirsahakian because that game has an open G file, some double pawns here. And if I'm not mistaken, and if my memory serves me well, Vidit Gujarati had the black side of a position just like this against Timur Rajabov in like the 2018 Tata Steel Masters in Vaikonze. And he lost a very quick game against Timur, which I'm positive he studied since. But I remember the position being something like this with a lot of pressure against the black king. So the good news for white, open files, open lines, king to attack. The bad news is as the game continues, if you don't get an attack, your pawns are kind of weak.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, almost all the pieces are still on the board, so there's a lot of attacking chances still. But black's position, I mean, I would say black's position is still like pretty much fine. Like bishop on f8 is doing his job by, defending the king very well. The rook on e8, I like the rook's placement over there. And the bishop on c8, I'm not sure where it is able to develop. It doesn't have many axis points. But ideally you would want to put it on f5. However, I don't think that it's going to happen ever, especially with the move e4 on the board.
Yeah, it's hard to get there. B5, B4, very tempting. We've seen this in other games, like that Min game where he was black, just trying to open up the queen side. So B5 is possible, but you have to watch out because your queen is in line with this rook over here. All sorts of ideas in the position. But I do think that B5 is available to Vidit if he wants it. The good news for him is that in the event of knight takes D5, queen takes d5, there's not a really great discovery with this bishop. Bishop takes a5, you steal a pawn, but you give one right back, which actually is a big problem because now all your pieces are hanging. So I don't think that Vidit's going to be so scared, and he likely will play a move like b5.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. And yeah, it is terrifying though to face the rook on the d file with your queen still on d8. But for the time being, it's fine.
Yeah, and it's a very clear plan. Let's open up this king on c1. Let's get an attack going. So Vidit and Samvel doing well in the clock, both at 7 minutes. Let's come back to this game just because all 4 games are equally important. We're going to be looking for someone to steal a victory in this final round. Will it be Min? Will it be Bach? Right now, Bach's position looks great on a mile. Look at these pieces advanced on the queen side.
Yeah, white is a really active position. The black's development, I mean, it looks great, but as we see already after e4, the knight has to retreat, and this bishop on c8 is doesn't have many squares available. You might even want to consider just playing bishop g4 and trade the bishop for the sake of it.
Yeah, getting rid of that knight may give black eventually this d4 square to work with as well. But black is so cramped here. Now, the one thing I want to point out is that if we see a time scramble, we saw Benjamin in the last round, he looked a little bit shaky against Serrano. So we know how good Min is in bullet under the duress of time trouble. So right now, we're not worried about that. But just to keep in the back of your mind, I'm sure Benjamin, with all that respect he has for Min, he's like, let's not get a time scramble.
Right. Yeah, both players are around the same time, which is quite interesting. But yeah, we see that bishop g4 has been played and they traded off the light pieces over there. So now black doesn't have the light squared bishop anymore, but in return he does have an extra knight. So yeah, that will definitely give black some chances to maneuver around as the position is relatively closed.
It is, but a position that's not closed, at least not anymore, is a game with Vidit. I'm going to go back there because what just happened? Instead of b5, he goes knight b4, have my knight, give me that open file. I'm going to go for your king. And after knight b1, queen f6, the f3 pawn is now under attack. Bishop f5 will be available at some point, going for threats against this king. So what a move, just instant replay here. Knight b4, and if you don't take it, like let's say you bring your queen back to b1, black just continues developing. Maybe bishop e6 or queen f6, something like this, because you don't want to take it now. It's even worse. Your knight has nowhere good to go, and your queen is in a terrible square. So, whew. Love that move knight b4 by Vidit. He's feeling this position, and Anamaya for a blitz game, which is where we're approaching right now, I like the sacrifice. I really feel like black has so much play here.
It's a very good practical decision, and he's pretty much going all in, which I really like to see, that he has this fighting mode turned on as a win really matters in this round right now, with 7 people tied to first place with 6.5 points.
Because you're not even sure if you draw, if you'll get into the second, third place match. So a win is huge here. And let's say white just defends the pawn in f3 because this pawn's under attack. We definitely don't really want to play f4 because that makes bishop f5 and ideas like that scarier. But let's say we play a calm move and he doesn't defend. He plays bishop d3 and
He's
bishop
attacking
e6.
h7.
And Vidit says, I literally don't care. Take my pawn on h7 because after king h8, one of black's biggest ideas is this. Rook a5 to c5, a rook lift for the ages. And his bishop already probably has to retreat. But with rook c5 happening, that looks very, very scary. I love this position for Vidit. Maybe he moved a little bit too quickly there, but I understand what he's doing. He's playing with his gut. He's playing with a sense that his king is way safer than his opponent's king, and that he can get his opponent in time trouble in addition to putting pressure over the board.
Yeah, and he's also perhaps he's also preparing rook a2 because that will set up the threat of b3, and then you'll have a huge problem on this pawn on b2. So that seems also really difficult to defend.
Yeah, everything's a problem here for white. Even this move, like finding a single move right now, noticing that the rook is trying to get to the square to win the queen. The queen cannot move. There's no safe square for it. And bishop takes h7 check apparently is a mistake. And Vidit understands that. So he's playing with all of just the pragmatic style in the world. This pawn f3 at some point can be attacked as well.
Look at the clock as well, because now Sam is spending so much time right now. I mean, that is what the practicality comes in handy for Vidit, because not only did he complicate the position so much, it is very difficult for white to defend this, and it will hurt on the clock for white as well, as Vidit is now up 2 minutes on the clock.
Wow. And I just don't see an easy way to stop this, right? Like if you have to then bring your knight to c3 just to sacrifice a piece, you're in big trouble because the king is much safer for black despite giving up the pawn with check in front of it. So we'll keep an eye on this, of course. We're going to keep bopping around. We have to. Let's see what's happening here with Yaroslav Zherbuk with the white pieces. I just saw a knight land on c7. It is white's turn after h3. Minor piece hanging on e1, rook hanging on a8. I think you can just push your pawn up into g3, and then white is ahead by a pawn to begin with, and you're going to win your material back.
Wow, so such a messy position, but it looks like white is doing fantastic. And yeah, this pawn h3, it seems really scary, but wow, g3 and just, yeah, making this pawn on h3 not looking great at all.
Yeah, and if you play h2 check, I can probably just take it because in this position, white's up a pawn and my rook gets active, and yeah, black is just in terrible shape. So it does seem that Yaroslav Zherbuk is likely to win this game, go to 7.5 points. Will that be clear first place? Will he be tied by 3 other people? That's what remains to be seen. So we haven't checked in on the game between Bortnik with white and, more importantly, Rasmus Svane, 6.5 points with black. What in the world is happening here with all of these pieces?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I feel like the bishops are doing their jobs, but what is the follow-up now? Because the pieces are tied down together of white, but you can't really make progress as the knight is very, very well defended, and it's really difficult to put even more pressure on this knight on c3.
And they've been repeating moves. The bishop's going back and forth, doing a little bit of a dance. Black cannot afford to leave this diagonal. As soon as that diagonal is left, the bishop on a4 is under attack. So bishop takes f4 might have looked good, just to show that really quickly. But once I take back, your bishop has to move. So you don't have time to go after the pawns. And then white's queenside pawn advantage, that's too much. 3 pawns against 1 over there. No, no, no. So back and forth we go, and then rook e3 because Bortnik needs to win. And I think, Anamaya, that Rasmus can use this in his favor. Bortnik has to win. So Rasmus maybe at some point should even just try to make a draw and then say, you have to force the issue. That psychological play may be his best strategy yet.
Absolutely. And yeah, now king on a3, that's not a spot where you want your king to be in. But obviously, what do you do now about this bishop on a4? Because it's under attack, and I don't see many squares for the bishop. So obviously, you can play bishop b5 as the knight is pinned on c3. But yeah, this gives so many opportunities for black for sure.
Bishop c6, b5, you can take it. Oop, that apparently was not the best move, was bishop to d6. I understand that he wants to disconnect the rooks from one another. Bishop d4 takes, pawn takes. The bishop is free all of a sudden, Anamaya. So it looks like b5 would trap the bishop, but not so fast because the bishop can run away. And then if you give me a pawn on d3, thank you very much. I'm just going to walk that thing forward, trying to get a new queen. So a tough position for Bortnik down the clock. We're just going to keep going around. Let's just do it.
Sounds great.
Let's scramble back and forth. It looks like Vidit has crashed through successfully. He is no longer down material, and he's up 4 minutes in the clock.
Wow, what a position. And rook d8 is coming up soon. And okay, there is a rook hanging now. So looks like Vidit has this game in the back.
He does. So I think we're going to leave Vidit. He's going to get to 7.5 points. We have the utmost confidence that he can convert this overwhelming advantage. Let's go back to the game between Yaroslav Zherbuk and Aram Hakobian. There's a scary pawn on h2, but you need a rook check on the first rank, and you're not getting that right now. If this rook comes to d8, you're losing sight of this pawn on h2, so the bishop can move. But also, I believe that maybe this knight can also then venture back. So bishop back, knight back, and so on, cutting off the rooks.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see how the pieces are able to stop the rooks from infiltrating in the white's camp, because you might feel like okay, it's, you know, like there's not a lot of pawns on the board. There's like 3 open files here, but the pieces were simply covering those files, which is really impressive.
Just don't take on h2. People would say, oh, just a pawn trade, I'm up a pawn. But then the white king is cut off. The black king is where it needs to be. Rook g2, trying to go g4. But is this king... This king needs to get to g5 really fast. But the problem is if king e6, there might even be rook takes h2, but then this rook can go over here. This isn't that easy.
No, it's not that easy. I mean, white has a pass pawn and is able to create a second pass pawn on the queen side. But if you do that, you weaken your pawn structure even more. And the rook on h3 will be happy to take the pawns over there.
For sure. And g5, a great move. This king, if this king were on g6, it would be a very different story. But now the king cannot sit in front of the pawn. The king e6 would have allowed the king to run there. But now the pawn is just going. And I think g6, you would force his rook h8. You just go g7, take this pawn with your king, and now you win quite easily. So Yaroslav Zherbuk, Vidit Gujrathi, those two are, and Vidit has already won, so he's 7.5. We'll go to the other game, Min against Bach. That one is looking really nice for Benjamin. So we might have 3 decisive games to get people to 7.5 points.
Wow. And yeah, for now, Vidit is in a very comfortable spot as he has won his game. So let's see how the others are doing. As in this position, what is going on?
So queen and an attack for a rook and a knight. So that's a queen and pawn, excuse me, and an attack. Opposite colored bishops favors the side with a safer king. White's king is way safer here on g3. Here comes f5, h5, and so on. And the black king is just being hunted. So Bach going to get to 7.5 points.
Wow. Really impressive. So let's see what happens in the other games as this game might end soon.
Okay, bringing up this one. Oh, this one's ending even sooner.
Oh, wow.
Rasmus Svane wins. I think he has the best tie breaks. So we are not calling it yet because the players all need to finish their games before the tie breaks are calculated fully. But Rasmus Svane with the best tie breaks at this point. Vidit Gujrathi and Yaroslav Zherbuk are tied as well, but their tie breaks are a little worse. They might have to play a match. And we'll see what happens with Benjamin Bach. How are his tie breaks? He is winning this game against Min Lei.
Yeah, this looks pretty convincing. I mean, the king on h3, it doesn't feel safe, but it is actually safe because the bishop is dominating the knight on d4. The knight cannot access the king whatsoever. So, yeah, and obviously the bishop on g7 is not able to do much. The best you can do is bring the bishop all the way to f4, but it takes so much time, and you don't have that as f5 has been played. Threatening queen g6, f6, and Benjamin is just crushing this game.
Yeah, and here it comes. The pawn push, and that would probably force resignation. So for Min Lei, just became a grandmaster, facing a very, very strong grandmaster, Benjamin Bach, who is playing for the Dutch national team at the upcoming Olympiad. So he is a monster. And a reminder to everybody that only 2 people will qualify from today. The winner, we don't know who that's going to be because now 4 players officially have tied for first place. Oh my gosh, Anamaya, and then we'll get a second, third place matchup. But right now, Rasmus Svane still in first by tiebreaks.
It looks like Benjamin will be out of the top 3 as his tiebreak is significantly lower than second and third place. But okay, he still has a chance. I mean, 5 points. I mean, can you even remotely catch up when there's a 5-point difference? I think the games are ending very soon as well, so he might not have the chance anymore to qualify.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. The top 4 boards ended quickly, and that leaves us watching other games, which could matter because if somebody played against David Navarro, former prodigy, or somebody played against a Boone, that helps your tiebreak. So you're rooting for the person you played in the past. And I don't know who exactly played whom, but wait, what's this?
I'm not sure. I think it's just
you can't take
piece.
It. Yeah, because
a3 b2 is a problem, right? What a move!
Oh, but that wasn't the right follow-up.
Okay, but it's really complicated. Anything can happen, and Abunt is down to 7 seconds. So, yeah, that's not gonna work out. It's a nice attempt, though.
Yeah, now David can just put his bishop blocking and then push all the pawns.
Yeah, so, 3 seconds. That should be it.
Great to see.
Checkmate even.
Yeah, great to see David Navarro taking part. I think he'll, really work his way to qualify. And I believe ultimately he has great chances. He's such a strong player, but his maybe lack of mouse speed, lack of bullet experience, that could hold him back with just the 10-0 format. And we do only have 1 game remaining in the entire event. We'll just click on it. Mr. Nimbus and Logman are going at it, and Mr. Nimbus lost connection, but Logman has no time. So.
Well, and that ends this tournament, the first play in the event
Vidit won. Vidit,
Wow.
his tiebreaks barely get past Rasmus Svane. That's why you can't call anything
Oh my
until the
goodness.
last game is done. So
0.75.
yes, 0.75 on tiebreaks. Vidit Gujarati earned $850. He makes his way to the field of 64. And in the field of 64, if you lose in the first round, you get $5,000. And we don't expect Vidit Gujarati to lose in the first round. When Vidit Gujarati plays, he can beat anybody on the planet. So congratulations to Vidit, a good friend of ours here at chess.com. But the day is not over, Anna-Maya. We have Rasmus Svane and Yaroslav Zherbuk. They're going to duke it out for second place.
Yes, we will have a short break to set up the game, as we will have a tie break between the second and third place. The winner of this 2-game match, same time control, 10+0, the winner will be qualifying to the next phase, joining Vidit Gujarati. So don't go anywhere. We will be setting up everything very shortly, and we will have a very exciting matchup between the two players, Rasmus Svane and Yaro Krull. So we will take a short break. Don't go anywhere. This is the 2022 Chess.com Global Chess Championship. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2022 ChesscomGlobal Chess Championship. We are now in the final match. We have a tiebreak between the second and third place, and the winner will be advancing to the next phase. So this match is really important. We will have a two-game match of 10+0 between Rasmus Vane and Yara Krull. Robert, how excited are you for this matchup?
I'm pumped. I think the only person in the world not excited for this matchup is Benjamin Bach. We have to say what a great performance by him. But if everything came down to tie breaks over the board, these things would last forever. So it's really unfortunate, but these are the rules, and we hope to see Benjamin back. I'm sure that he will be able to qualify in a future run. But right now, it's about Rasmus. It's about Yaroslav Zhirobuk. We have the final position between Yaro and Aram Hakobian, who was looking like the favorite throughout the event today. So I don't know who to pick, Anamaya. I mean, these two are actually very close. I think stylistically, they're a great match for each other. And I think that with Rasmus getting the white pieces in the first game, because he's the 2 seed, that'll be interesting to see how much he pushes, how much pressure he feels against Yara.
I agree, and it's also good to know that the players have barely lost games in the main event. They had 7.5 out of 9, so that's a huge score. And the fact that you're not sure of and that you're in first place with that score says enough about this event. So yeah, there's the players are really strong, and I'm expecting a big fight. But yeah, let's see how the two games will turn out as the players are getting ready. Because yeah, anything can happen at this point. The players are just so strong, and there's not like a big favorite to mention, so this could go anywhere.
Yeah, no, this is just tough to pick between these two, and very much looking forward to the games starting here. This will be just in a few. They're setting up their cameras, making sure that the players are set and know all the regulations. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely feel for Benjamin. I can't not think about him and how close he was. It's super unfortunate that that's the way this went down.
Yeah, there were so many players that deserved to qualify, and there could only qualify, well, 2 basically, the number 1 and the winner between the number 2 and 3. But yeah, it is what it is, and there's so many more events happening still. This was the first play in, and if I remember correctly, we have like 15 more of those events throughout the next couple of weeks. So there's a lot of opportunities for the players to qualify, and the next qualifier is actually happening in 1.5 hours from now. So if you're verified and you're a title player, you're eligible to participate in this event. So make sure to not miss out on the opportunity.
Yep. And just so everyone's aware, the players are in a call. They're getting set up. It looks like one of the players having a little bit of technical difficulties. So that's being worked on behind the scenes, thanks to our producer, Bick, and the whole team who is making sure that this event runs smoothly. And the next event, when Anamaya and I call this a day after Rasmus and Yaro played out for second place, the next one starts, I think, at 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's 10 a.m. Pacific. I don't know what time that is by you, Anamaya. I can't do that math.
It's 7 p.m. Central European time. So it's just a 6-hour difference, Robert.
Yeah. Okay. So it starts soon. That's the point. And well, if a player, a lot of players who took part in the first one, I'm sure will keep going. And you could sneakily win a lot of money by not qualifying right away. If you get 4th place, 5th place, and you just get a few $100s here and a few $100s there, and then finally you qualify, you've made yourself quite a payday along the way. But of course, everyone just wants to qualify in their first turn.
Yeah, because those who qualify are not eligible to play in the play-in phase anymore. So it makes a lot of sense if you want to go that route, stick around to the very last play-in tournament. But yeah, I think everyone is just determined to qualify because that's what matters in the end. So yeah, let's hear it in the chat. Who are you guys rooting for? Do you have a favorite? Do you think there is someone that's going to take the win very easily? Let us hear it in the chat because we are very curious about your thoughts about this matchup.
All right. And I don't know. I'm trying to think who I predict as the favorite. I'm going to go with Rasmus. I think that it's pretty close, but I think that Rasmus is more experienced in the quicker time controls. I think he plays a lot more online blitz and bullet chess. And in 10 minutes with no increment, that plays a really big role because you know how to time your moments. You know how to say, at this moment, I'm going to play a good move quickly rather than searching for the absolute best move. And you know that when it gets down to a scramble, you might have the better mouse.
Yeah, I agree. I also think Rasmus has a little bit more chances. He's a more experienced player in the time formats and everything. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how the players will play their games. But yeah, we're still setting things up, and the game is about to start. And there we go. The first game has started. Erasmus is starting with the white pieces.
Okay, so we do have liftoff. It is a 2-game match. Rasmus gets the white pieces in game 1. Yarrow will get the white pieces in game 2. And it looks like, Yarrow is the favorite based on the ratings. But we want to remind everybody once again that some of these players, they don't play much online rapid. The ratings fluctuate quite a deal. So we'll see what happens in this match. And okay, calm opening thus far, but played very quickly by Rasmus. And Yarrow is the first one to really dip into the clock.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you can go so many different paths still with this setup. Like it's a very typical opening that you play just to like get some quick moves in the position. But at this point, it's already like, okay, do I copy my opponent, play d5, or do I go for something else like what Yara played with the move c5? And this gives up the pawn. As Rasmus actually captured this pawn, but obviously you can win this back very easily. But it creates some dynamic play here.
Right. So we'll see how this goes. Bishop e3 hanging on to that pawn for dear life. So we'll see if he can keep that. But queen a5 moves like that, try to go after the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so bishop e3 has been played, and yeah, queen a5 seems like the logical move, or queen c7 even also possible to try to recapture this pawn because of this pawn on c5, you really are not able to move either the b pawn or the d pawn, which you want to move to develop this bishop on c8. And if you move one of the pawns, it will simply be captured by this pawn on c5, and white will have white will be a pawn up. So you first want to get rid of this pawn on c7 as soon as possible.
So maybe queen c7, go right for the pawn, but it's just starting to feel like a position where even if black gets that pawn back, like white's development, knight c3, maybe knight to b5 at some point. Here, knight c3, maybe take on f6 and play knight d5. So black needs to be very careful.
Absolutely, and knight goes to c5 now, capturing the pawn. And yeah, it's hard to see where this bishop will be able to develop from c8 because you can't really move the b pawn. I mean, you can, but it's so scary to develop the bishop, to try to develop the bishop there, as the bishop on g2 is sniping along this diagonal. So it's a bit hard to see where this bishop will be able to go to. But you can also consider playing the move d6 and develop the bishop to f5. So there's still a lot of opportunities here for both sides. And yeah, it could go anywhere still. But I do like white's position a lot.
Yeah, I think d6, there's maybe an issue with bishop takes f6 because if we just show that here after the bishop captures on f6, that if you take with the bishop on f6, then white has this move knight d5 with a fork. It doesn't win material. It just shatters the pawn structure. A very common tactical idea. And this is happening. So I'm showing it, but this is exactly what's happening. And this is just slightly worse for black, who has to take care of an isolated pawn and has double pawns to boot.
Yeah, so that will be very difficult to deal with for black, and is actually on the board right now. And the bishop is still on the board on g7, but how much does that help black? I mean, it's a very strong piece, but the knights in the center are really disturbing for black.
Yeah, it's like your bishop should be very good, but the knight's going to sit on d4 for a while. And white plays c4, can bring a rook to c1. It just feels like much better control. And I feel very strongly about this end of mine. I don't know if you agree, but I feel like in blitz, and this is rapid, but it's getting towards blitz time control shortly, that having double pawns is just a bad thing always in blitz.
Yeah, I mean, the knights are also like very powerful in blitz. So Yeah, and what is also concerning now that we're talking about the time controls is that Rasmus is up to 9 minutes on the clock, almost 3 minutes ahead of Yarrow, which is a huge difference. And I mean, I don't want to call things too early, but this is a huge lead and could damage things a lot for Yarrow in the long run.
Yeah, the b6 square. So, but at b4, it almost traps the knight. It can go to e4. It can go to a4 as well. I'm not really sure which direction you're going to head to. I think e4 looks just much more natural. So you don't have to worry about your knight getting trapped just yet. That's good news. The bad news for Yarrow down so much time. And I do want to say we're very well aware that people are talking about tie breaks. And I understand it's a very tricky situation. There is no easy solution, especially with multiple events happening on the same day. What if there's an 8-way tie? Things get complicated. So we hear you. We're not ignoring you. We understand. And it is a challenging thing. And logistically, that wasn't my responsibility. It's not Anna Maya's responsibility. So we're just here to talk about the chess from here on out. So I appreciate all of you. But right now, we're going to focus on this match. So yeah, Anna Maya.
Well said, Robert.
B4 played. Where's this night going?
Yeah, it's a bit hard to say. I mean, I guess you have to consider retreating to e6. I mean, trying to get rid of one of the pair of knights. I mean, you typically don't really say pair of knights, but I think it's really fair to call this a pair of knights. I mean, they're so strong together. They're covering so many squares. So I think Black wouldn't even mind trading the knights, but looks like Yarrow has different things in mind as he put his knight on e4 instead.
Mm-hmm. This knight very well defended by the pawn and the rook. Bishop a4, just kicking that rook out of d1. You thought that you could line up pressure, not so fast. So it's aesthetically pleasing to have your knights in d4 and d5. Looks great. But what are they doing, right? Where are we going to make progress from? What's our actual plan for white? And that's the frustrating thing, is when you have what you kind of know is a slight advantage, but you don't know how to turn that advantage into something concrete. So this first knight leaves the d file. Maybe the second knight at some point will leave as well. But I do think it's a tough position here for white to figure out a plan.
Yeah, the pawn d6 remains a weakness. And as long as the bishops are like not able to work together, like this bishop on a4 is not doing much. The bishop on g7, I mean, it's really strong piece, but what is it actually doing along this diagonal? It's not very clear to see. So yeah, both sides have their ups and downs. I feel like white has a really active position, but where is the progress? And black's pieces are not bad placed, not badly, but where do you continue? Like, what is your plan? It's really hard to see.
I did love h5 because I think h4 is a natural idea, especially because you have just on the f through h file, you have an extra pawn, right? 4 on 3. So h4, maybe you can make a dent in white's king side over here. And if white plays h4, it's not out of the question to play g5. Now, that's a very risky move. I'll show them the analysis board about how ugly black's pawn structure will look if h4 and if like g5 is played, because you see that there's double isolated pawns here, an isolated h pawn, isolated d pawn, but black is just throwing pawns forward and the white king doesn't have too many defenders. So Anna Maya, there's definitely an argument to be made for black throwing those pawns at white.
Absolutely, and I think it's a very valid plan, because what else do you have in this position? You can't just throw the pawns on the queen side where the white pawns are already placed and they're ready to fight. So I think this plan makes a lot of sense, and I'm curious to see how Rasmus will deal with this, because you might want to play the move h4, but he goes for the move c5 instead.
Yeah, c5 opening things up. So what if you take on c5 here? Are there tactics on the d file? That's what I'm maybe a little bit concerned about for black, but perhaps there really isn't anything there. Maybe just simply take the pawn back. Something looks a little off here. I feel like white is close to overextending.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on b3, we should not forget that this knight on b3 is pinned. So you have to be really careful here that this knight is actually not really defending this pawn on c5. So I'm curious to see what Rasmus has in mind, because he seems to be very confident about his chances here.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, let's see. What is Yar going to do? Remember, no increment right now. So the more he thinks, the closer he gets to a potential time scramble where he's the only one scrambling, because Rasmus, he's doing a great job of putting pressure on the board and the clock. And C5, it asks a very important question. Do I take on C5? Am I okay leaving the pawn here? Because that might just be a trade. Is bishop takes E4 at some moment actually going to be a plan? Doesn't really look that appealing. Should Black, I was about to say, play bishop to B5. And I guess the eval bar wasn't thrilled about that choice because you get rid of your pin. But what a natural move, Anamaya, just putting your bishop back a square, attacking the queen. And it feels like Black's pieces are well positioned.
Yeah, Robert. I mean, the queen is struggling to find a place now. Queen goes to B1, which makes sense because you didn't have many other squares. But yeah, looks like Black is slowly dominating this position. I mean, after bishop E2, your pieces are starting to lose the squares, and it's really hard to see where the pieces will go to of white. Wow,
Yeah.
D takes C5 now, opening up the queen to attack the knight on D5.
Okay, so not a piece blunder, even though it kind of looked like it. But after rook E2, queen takes D5, there's knight takes C5, because the knight on E4 is pinned to the queen that's on D5. But that's a bunch of trades, opposite colored bishops. Opposite colored bishops doesn't just mean a draw. That's not the claim here. But it feels like with some liquidation happening, maybe Yar's life gets a little bit easier.
Absolutely. So, yeah, what is Rasmus going to decide to do here? Because obviously you don't want to lose more pawns, so he'll have to capture back, and he does it. And now knight takes c5 is a very logical move, so I'm expecting him to play it quite quickly. Maybe he's concerned about a move like knight c3 all of a sudden could appear, but looks like tactically speaking doesn't really work.
Not yet, at least, but it's something you need to keep an eye on. Very easy to forget about that. But now after knight takes c5, this knight is under attack a bunch of times, and maybe white just wants to take with the bishop. So we usually like to trade knight for knight, but if we trade our bishop for this knight, then we have a great knight against a bishop staring into thin air. So I feel like bishop takes e4 is really something to consider, rook to d1, all this kind of stuff, and maybe white just takes over the initiative.
Yeah, I mean, and once again, this bishop on g7 seems really strong, but what is it actually able to do? I mean, it's not able to support the pawns on the queen side. And yeah, a lot of pawns of white are on dark squares, which means that they could be attacked by the bishop. But as we can see, they're so well defended, so it will be very difficult for black to make use of this bishop.
Well, now we have opposite colored bishops, just pure. And the reason why I prefer white's position is look at potential targets. F7 versus F2. You're not getting to F2. Your bishop, even if it could get to this diagonal, there's a pawn E3. So when we talk about overextended pawns, this is what we mean, that this pawn would like to go back. Now it's already a direct target. And also if this bishop wraps around via F1 to C4, F7 is something you need to keep an eye on. And look at the clock, by the way, Anamaya, right? This position, if they played a classical game, I'm sure Yaro could put up good defense, but with 3 minutes here, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, even a classical game, maybe he could even have chances in this position if h4 would have been played in this game. But now white has played h4, so yeah, there's still attacking chances for black on the king side. I feel like you can go crazy with g5 and all sorts of things, but obviously the problem remains that rook c5 is in the position, so you can't go too crazy. But yeah, the time will be a huge factor. 2 minute difference. Rasmus has had 2 minutes, and Yaro has only 2 minutes and 38 seconds, and that's not a lot.
I'm not going to call this game over, obviously, but I'm looking at rook c4, queen c2, and I feel like white is first going to win a pawn, then put pressure on f7, and then keep the game going forever, Magnus Carlsen style, and then put pressure on the clock and on the board. And rook c5 now might actually just win the pawn. On a5,
right? Because yeah, rook c5, you can't go queen a8, which was originally the idea, or queen d8 because of rook c8.
Right. So there he goes.
Oh, that's just the pawn.
This is really not fun for black.
Yeah, there's a very expensive pawn too, because now the a pawn becomes a pass pawn and an outside pass pawn as well. So black will need to focus a lot on this pawn to stop it, and at the same time, white will be able to create a lot of play on the other side of the board.
So thank you very much. Take the pawn now. And what black wants is somehow to get a rook to b2 or something like that. But remember, the e4 pawn has been loose for a while. And as soon as the rook moves, e4 just drops. So this is objectively great for white, and just practically speaking, Anima, you and I have agreed that just such a challenging position to play for black, and especially now that there might just be a checkmate back here.
Yeah, that's actually really dangerous. And that goes to show how rook e7 was not the right move. And obviously, it's really easy to say afterwards. But yeah, it is a crucial move in this game. And yeah, it looks like Rasmus, well, he found queen c8. And let's see if he can convert this position.
I just don't know how black can survive for the next 6 moves, right? It's like checkmate's coming. E4 is loose. What's your actual plan as black? You might
survive.
Yeah, so I guess you're going to play king h7 if this rook comes out to a8. Yeah, so he starts with the king h7. The point is that once this queen gets to g8, the king goes up to h6, and there's actually no checkmate there. So a pretty interesting configuration of pieces.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of this bishop on f6, right? Like, it's such a good defensive piece, and at the same time, it's very strong, but also very good to defend the king, as it controls the squares g7 and h8. So it's really useful to have this bishop around your king. However, it's not enough to save the game, unfortunately, for Yarrow.
Yeah, and the clock. I mean, if the times were reversed, I would say maybe Rasmus would make a rushed decision. He'd be a bit hasty, and that could give Yarrow a chance to survive. But the fact that Rasmus has nearly double the time, he is playing just strong moves that I think leave black with difficult choices. Like, do you play queen e6? And if you play queen e6, maybe somehow the endgame can be held, but you're not going to hold it without time.
Right, now we see queen b1 check, and white will be able to move the king over to h2, or even bishop f1 is also possible. Both moves work just fine. But yeah, this seems very difficult to hold for black, and Rasmus is taking it easy as well. He's not rushing to move the pawn up just yet, which is really interesting to see.
Yeah, and I almost forgot about that pawn because I was looking for checkmate before. But yeah, you can move the rook anywhere. Push the pawn, push it again. You have a bishop covering. So as long as you don't allow some kind of rook infiltration that you can't defend against, white just has a very easy time withstanding anything that black throws at him.
Yeah, I love the arrow you just drew. Unfortunately, the rooks don't move like that, but would be very ideal in this position.
You mean I can't just, it's not letting me.
Maybe in the next version of chess.
Yeah, well.
Could be an upgrade.
Or a downgrade, haven't decided yet, but either way, it's pretty clear that this pawn is gone. A6. Oh, don't play a6 now because the bishop is not protecting the square.
I mean, you could play a6 with the idea of rook takes h5 if they take, but it's not worth it. Oh, that is a full rook. Yeah, that's not gonna make it work.
And Yarrow looks away, shakes his head, he's in disbelief. And he's going to lose this game, so maybe he wants to take a little bit of time before the next game begins, and he's just gathering himself. But this game was not lost because of that one move blunder. It was lost because of the great time management of Rasmus Fine. And that's what I said beforehand, right? That I felt like he could make these good moves quickly, didn't have to play perfectly, but the pressure was on Yarrow from the beginning on the clock.
Absolutely. Both players played really well, but Rasmus played very practically and was ahead on the clock the entire game. So let's see if Yarrow can fight back in the second game. I'm actually not sure what happens if there will be another tie. So that will be pretty crazy. But let's see if Yarrow can fight back in this game.
Right. So he has to. And he's playing a slow setup here with double fianchetto, a la Hikaru Nakamura style. And some people, when they need a win, and I'm curious what kind of player you are, like if you need a win, let's say you're half point behind, or you're playing for a norm or whatever it may be, are you the type of player who just from the very beginning goes for the most dangerous variations, or do you say I might have chances later, let me slow play it a bit?
I think I'll just play what I feel comfortable with, as long as I'm comfortable and playing my lines, or what I see my opponent is not doing well in. I'll just go for those lines. Perhaps a good strategy is to like go for something aggressive and dangerous because well you don't have too much to risk. Like if you're gonna lose, then well you are in like a must win situation. So if you're not winning, then might as well like go for all in and see what happens. But yeah, I'm the type of player that would go for some to take some risks, but yeah, as long as I'm like feeling comfortable, because at the same time I'm also like a sort of aggressive player, so it kind of suits my style too.
It's a tough question that I don't think anyone has fully mastered. And Dingley Ren beat Hikaru in the last round of the candidates, and he played a very quiet game and then just outplayed Hikaru over time to win that game. And Hikaru was in great shape in the tournament. So Dingley Ren chose, let me just play something where I can, try to go for a small advantage, where other people, they say, I'm going to go for checkmate from move one. And that can obviously backfire as well. So this game is super solid. We have the pyramid pawn structure for black here. And then for white, we have double fianchetto. So we like the bishop on b2 more than the bishop on e7, even though the bishop on e7 is good. We sort of like the bishop on g2, but we don't like that it's staring into a wall of pawns and a knight.
Right. Yeah, so this bishop on h7 is pretty sneaky. Like it's tucked down all the way on h7, but it controls quite a lot of squares along this diagonal, and it will make white's life a little bit difficult, as d4 now is out of question pretty much, as long as the queen is on c2. And yeah, white is still the option to play a move like e4 to annoy this bishop a little bit. But yeah, I'm curious to see how Yaro is going to continue here.
Your point is a good one, though, because once you play e4, that bishop is waiting in the wings, right? Like all of a sudden, there are tactics here, and this knight would like to go to c5 at some point and put pressure on these light squares. So e4, a move you don't play lightly. You really need to consider it. And otherwise, I just never quite know what the plan is. Should I play c5, then play b4? I mean, what does that really get me? I might try to continue pushing pawns and things like that, but it feels like black is so solid at the core of the position.
Yeah, I think the main reason why pushing the pawns on the queen side will not be good enough is because you're not able to play d4. If the move d4 would have been in a position, it will make so much sense to push the pawns on the queen side. It's a very typical idea to put pressure on the pawn on c6 and try to create a weakness there. But as long as there's no pawn on d4 supporting the pawn on c5, this might actually backfire for white.
Yeah, so Yaro agrees, don't play c5, and probably going to put the queen on b2, just trying to claim some important squares. And sometimes the player with the black pieces, they feel uncomfortable and they lash out with a b5 type of move. But anytime you push a pawn, you leave squares behind. In this case, the c6 square, which is guarded for now, but in the ensuing position, sometimes in an endgame, that can be a really, really big problem. So I don't necessarily recommend b5 for now. Queen e7, knight d7, just play this calmly. It's not necessarily the most fun position to play, but just play what the position offers.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Rasmus is now down on the clock, not by a lot, but it's interesting to see Yaro being ahead on the clock. He hasn't spent so much time in the opening, and actually on this very move, he spent a minute on the clock. So he's been playing pretty fast so far, which is very promising, and might give him some better chances than previous game.
Yeah, that's the key, right? These games are often won or lost in the margins, where the players, for the most part, will keep the position pretty level. But if you just don't have enough time and you just can't spend 2 minutes on a move because you're down the clock, that's when you start getting into trouble. So I think Yaro's doing everything right. And look at that move, by the way, Anima. That's a huge decision, trying to leave room for the knight to go to c6, but it also helps the bishop on g2.
I actually like this move, despite the fact that you're helping the bishop g2 become more active. I think it makes sense considering you don't want to face any sort of b4, c5, d4 moves whatsoever, and you're setting up yourself to play d4 unless there's a capture on d5. But I like this pawn structure of black a bit more.
Okay, so some people would be a little bit worried, like the b5 square, this knight coming to c4. But no, it's fair because it's hard to get a piece to b5. At some point, you have to watch out for a4 because this c pawn covers b4, which means a4, queen a5, just trying to go over here makes some sense. So knight e4, attacking the bishop, but also the pawn c5. I think you can play b6 and give away the bishop on d6. But now, at least, even if the position remains totally fine for black. We can see that white has a little something to play for. The bishop pair, the long-term chances.
Right, so now b6 has been played, and it's interesting that on the diagonal of the bishop there is 4 knights literally placed. It's quite a beautiful pattern, but yeah, like the bishop on g2 is really well placed, but the knights are in the way, and it makes it difficult to make use of the strength of his bishop on this long diagonal. But yeah, it's quite a pretty pattern.
So what you're saying is white's best move is b3 to c4, taking nothing, but just fixing my pawn structure and allowing my bishop to lengthen the diagonal. But that's why exactly Rasmus feels comfortable. This knight on d5, the only way you can kick it is by playing e4, but we know that has huge drawbacks, in particular with the d3 pawn and the d4 square. So we have seen a trade on d6, and now the onus, the burden is on Yarrow to find a plan. I like the bishops. I love this bishop on b2, but okay, it looks good. How do we make it legitimately good?
I mean, it's a bit difficult to see. Like, ideally, you would want to put the queen on, like, behind the bishop. I mean, okay, if you put it in front of the bishop, you're threatening checkmate, but it will easily be defended. But yeah, typically the idea is to play rook c1, queen b1, queen a1. However, is this maneuvering worth it? Like, black is able to play a simple move like f6 and goodbye attack on this diagonal. So it's a bit difficult to see. And I was going to say that knight e2 is very logical, but I was worried a bit about the move knight d4 because now the knight is not covering that square anymore.
Yeah, the knight certainly can hop. It could have hopped there immediately, can hop there in the future. So the knight coming to d4 will be annoying because you don't want to play e3. That bishop on h7, what an annoying piece that is. And instead it was a4, handing over the b4 square, but we talked about the light squares. That's what Yarrow is going for. So I think black is solid. I think I agree with you. And now also Rasmus is even on the clock.
And one might say that, okay, a4 is allowing the knight to jump to b4 now, and we don't like to see that, but I feel like this knight on c4 and b5, the squares are much more powerful, and the knight on b4 doesn't do much, actually, like literally nothing. So that's why one should not be concerned about allowing the knight to jump to b4.
I'm with you. One thing to keep in the back of our minds is at some point there could be a knight sacrifice for not just 2 pawns, but also a rook. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that would be a bit silly for black to go for it, but just to keep in mind. And this bishop, e3, very double-edged move because I kick your knight out, I open my bishop, but I also give myself a huge target and weakness on d3. So I'm never sure whether or not you should play e3, but in a must-win game, Anamaya, I feel like now is kind of the time to play e3, to play queen g4, and create some threats.
Yeah, it looks like a very straightforward plan, and you're risking the pawn d3, obviously, but the plan is clear, and it's not very simple to see how black could defend properly, as there is like a lot of threats, as you mentioned, in the position. So e3 feels like a very practical move, and especially given the time situation, I mean, both players around 5 minutes, this could create a lot of chances for white.
And you need a win, right? A draw is the same as a loss. So at this point, if you're Yarrow, you just need to go. He's spending a little bit too much time out of mind. He plays rook c1. He's being very cautious. But what's this position? Like, he's no space anymore.
He
These
doesn't have
knights
e3.
Doesn't have e3 because the d3 pawn is directly hanging. Oh my gosh, is there some kind of repetition about to happen?
Oh, there might be. I mean, do you want to play rook f1 back?
Because otherwise there's a fork here. Oh no. See, this is what happens, right? Like you just are shuffling, your position's okay, but a draw is a win for Rasmus.
Yeah, e3 was a really a move that must have been played, but now it's too late as the pawn d3 is simply under attack many times and you don't have time anymore to attack on the king side.
And what a sad move to have to play knight to a3. There is maybe some justification eventually of a knight getting to b5, but I don't know, you called it from as soon as c5 was played. I was a little bit worried about the light squares. We've talked about empty diagonals today. This diagonal is completely empty and pawn, knight, all on the dark squares. So domination by black in this position.
Yeah, this is absolutely worrying for white, and it's hard to see now where to play because now with the pawn on e5, there's not gonna be any sort of attack on the king side ever because the bishop on b2 is simply closed now on the diagonal, and the move e3 is not even gonna like change anything. Well, it will change, as in you'll have an even worse position, but yeah, it's just not gonna help anything at all.
Yeah, that's a sad change. It's like, oh, things are changing. I have a chance. Yeah, you have a chance to lose. Is what happens as soon as you play e3. So I just don't see a single idea for Yaro, and neither does he. And that's why he's down a minute and a half plus at the moment when he was up a bit of time. So things just got out of hand quickly because he couldn't find an actual plan to execute.
Yeah, and Rasmus is not in a hurry. Like his position is more than fine. He knows there's no e3 in the position, and he knows that his opponent doesn't have any sort of move to make progress. So he could just wait, play king h8, king g8 even. Like he doesn't have to do anything. He can just wait it out and see what his opponent does. But if he really wants to go for it, he could consider playing a move like f5, starting an attack himself on the king side. But obviously, there's no need to go for such things. With the situation he's in right now.
And I'm looking at him, on his camera here. He just looks like he's chilling. Like he's looking at the position. He doesn't look like a guy who's about to play f5. He's going to play king h8, king g, or whatever, rook e8, queen e7. Just shuffle. Let's just get our pieces going back and forth. And what does rook c4 do, right? You're not playing e3 anyway. Your d3 pawn is still a problem. So it just feels like white has literally nothing to accomplish here.
Yeah, this is really rough. And Rasmus is still ahead on the clock, not by a lot, but I mean, he has a really comfortable position. So yeah, let's see how he will continue playing here, because I'm curious to see if he will go for a move like f5 or if he will go for something more solid and trying to keep it safe. He goes bishop g6.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that's a really typical save move.
Yeah. And I like the move, honestly. It's just no risk whatsoever. There's no reason to risk anything. White can't do anything. You take on d4, good for you. I just take back with the e pawn. And now there's a new target at play here. Nope, not e3, but down to e2. So, okay. He wants e3, but...
I guess the idea makes sense. It's just that if you have to play a move like bishop f1, it's just so hard for white. And now bishop f5 has been played. So I said, Rasmus is not in a hurry, and he's even accepting to move e3. But okay, I mean, the pawn d3 is just a permanent weakness now.
Yes, and Yara had to try something, but he just did it too late. And d4, okay, he's trying to open things up for his pieces. That makes a lot of sense. And the bishop drops back to e6. Where is this rook going exactly? And now there's no more issue with the queen under attack on e7.
Yeah, you can simply capture the pawn d4 after the rook has moved. So it looks like Rasmus will be up a pawn, and it will be very difficult to see where Yaro's composition is, as he's also down to 2 minutes now.
And Yaro's really going to regret when he didn't play e3 much earlier in this game. So Rasmus can just take this on c4. Yara will take back with the bishop, and that's his one hope. If he can get his diagonals open here, then he has a chance to create some threats against the black king. So I don't even know if you want this rook, right? If you hand the turn to white, said, okay, your move, maybe e5, saying sure, but this rook isn't threatening to move anywhere because behind this rook is a pretty important pawn. And yeah, this is just deeply unpleasant.
Yeah, the rooks are pretty much stuck, so you wouldn't mind to trade the rook for the bishop, as the bishops might even be more powerful together on those diagonals than the rook. So it's definitely worth it for white to consider this, to try this out. I mean, he doesn't have much to lose anymore. And if he's just not doing anything, if he's just playing, okay, I need to save this exchange, I need to save my rooks and everything, he will slowly get pushed off the board. So he needs to try something, and this is a good attempt.
Okay, well, we'll see if he gets a little bit of something with his pieces looking towards the king's head. And now look at the clock, by the way. It's a true blitz game at this point. No increment. Now the clock is evening up much more, and that's good news for Yaro. And the side with a safer king often has the easier time making decisions.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising to see that Rasmus is taking his time here as he was much more ahead on the clock. And now we're seeing that the clocks are pretty much equal. So yeah, this could still get very interesting. I mean, I wouldn't sign off Yarrow just yet, as anything can still happen. The times are very low, and as you said, there's no increment, and that's gonna matter a lot in the end.
Yeah. So pawn c5, pawn c5. I can't move my knight. That's really frustrating. I would love to move my knight to b5, but knight c2 would be a huge fork. So, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna show this really quickly. You can get away with it. And he might go for knight b5 because knight c2 might backfire. You play knight c2, queen b1.
B1.
Oh my gosh! So I didn't even have to show it. That's a huge mistake because you can't take the rook. The queen is hanging because the f7 pawn is pinned. And look at the eval bar. It's not even for me about the evaluation. It's about the feel of the position where you just overlook something. Now you're nervous, and white's pieces can start coming to give black some threats.
Wow, what a move, queen b1, and what is black supposed to do now? I mean, you're just not able to move the knight. I'm guessing, like, I mean, a move like rook d2 is not going to help much because you'll just face bishop c3, and those bishops, like, we're now truly seeing the power of those bishops because suddenly a lot of squares are not available to, for example, the rook on d8.
Big move though, queen f5. The idea is to go knight d4. That way your queen gets defended. So that's a good move, I believe. If rook e2, maybe that knight d4 move forces some pieces off. But if the queens get traded, that's not the end of white's initiative. That's the thing. Is there some weak pawns in the position? The bishop is still very strong. Yarrow just needs to move.
Yeah, the time is ticking down there, around 1 minute now. Both players. This is going to come down to seconds as the position is not so clear, right? Oh, the engine is not happy with rook c1.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, f2 is having, oh, the position is falling apart. Oh, and after 93. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, you can still do it. Yeah, I was worried about the queen for a second, but after 93, f takes e3, you go queen h3, and that will be it.
Oh, gosh. So, possible tactics here. Could also play this, simply without looking for a, too crushing of a move. But yeah, so many options for black. Maybe even just knight e5, just bring another piece. Okay, rook e8, can't complain about that. And bishop c3.
Okay, well then there's no 93 anymore, unfortunately.
Oh! Oh my goodness!
Oh my!
The rook, there's queen f2 and mate on the second. Oh my gosh!
What on a move! And after bishop takes e2, is simply taking the queen.
Oh my goodness! What a way to get yourself to the global championship main event. Rook e1.
Wow!
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and now the queen and the knights will just coordinate so well together. The bishops can still be tricky, but we see resignation already. Wow. He's just not continuing. I mean, it makes sense. The position was completely lost and everything is like hanging pretty much. Congratulations to Rasmus Swain for advancing to the next phase.
Yeah, no, that was a way to get your entrance to the main field, to leave your mark on the competition. So we have 2 qualifiers. So we have 32 invited players, and now we officially have 2 qualifiers. Vidit Gujrathi wins the event. Rasmus Swain gets second place. He wins this match against Yaroslav Zherbuk. So, I mean, just a phenomenal performance to those both. 3rd and 4th place, they used to get $400, and you see the rest of the places there. So money getting into the players' pockets. That's great. I mean, it's a really big opportunity. The total pot is $1 million. First prize, if you win this entire event, is $200,000. So it's really cool to have this event getting underway.
Yeah, super exciting event. This was the first show of this event as we had the Open Qualifier space. It's still going on, so if you want to participate yourself, make sure to get involved, @ChesscomGlobal in the chat. We will now, the broadcast will go down, but we will have, in 45 minutes, we will have the second play-in phase. So make sure to stick around, everyone. If you are verified and you're a title player, you're eligible to participate, or if you qualified through the Open Qualifiers. So it's very exciting that we have our second play-in qualifier starting very shortly.
And Amar, any chance you play?
I'm considering. I haven't decided yet, but during the broadcast, I'm like, should I play? Should I not? Should I play? Should I not? So I'm still undecided. I guess you'll see.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm hungry, so first step is lunch. I'm hungry to play, of course. You know that this was really exciting. It made me want to play, but I have a flight to catch, so we'll see if I play on my phone from the Uber ride over to the airport or something. But I mean, seriously, it was a blast covering with you. This is the first of 16 of these qualifiers to make it to the main bracket. So I'm really glad we got to do this one together, Anna Maya, and it was really an awesome time.
Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you so much to the viewers, to the audience for watching. Make sure to stick around for the second play-in tournament starting in 45 minutes. It will be hosted by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, so make sure to stick around. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, and I hope you have a wonderful day. This was the 2022 ChesscomGlobal Championship.